Food Service Program Annual Training. And today I just want to let you guys know that this is being recorded and it will be available at a later date for you to view. We are also planning on getting this series closed captioned, so stay tuned for that. That's exciting, that's new for us, so it'd be really great to have this closed captioned and available for you to view later on. And as a reminder, everybody will need to mute themselves to make sure there's no feedback. And Jennifer also has the controls to mute you if it gets a little bit loud. Everybody should have received their supplementary training materials. They include handouts, which are resources for your reference and to help guide you through the program year. These include resources like examples of SFSP allowable expenses and required documentation, a procurement fact sheet and procurement plan template, a menu planning template, and guidance on accurate meal counting. And those are some great resources. And if you need us to send you the materials again, just let us know, either myself or Jen, and we'll get that to you. But there's some great information in there. And today's agendas here, we'll have introductions. And then we'll get right into the training. The training is separated into two parts. First is an administration basics, which will cover background, eligibility requirements, and the application process. And the second part is meal pattern basics, which covers meal service and meal pattern requirements. Generally, the morning will cover the admin basics and the afternoon will cover meal pattern basics. I'm thinking that we'll break for lunch in between the admin and the meal planning, but we'll just see how the afternoon goes. The first part, admin basics, is a little bit longer, so we might run over into after lunch for that part. The SFSP is a federal program and it's heavy in program requirements and regulations. I will be going over a lot of material today. We'll take about 5 minutes at the top of every hour or thereabouts, just to give us a break from the screen and for people to get up and stretch. And then we'll have an hour-long lunch between 12 and 1. As a reminder, training is an annual requirement for all summer food service program sponsor administrators prior to application and program operations. There are additional trainings required for SFSP administrators and staff, and we'll go over these additional trainings when we cover civil rights and procurement. So for introductions, there's myself, Rhonda Biles. I'm the SFSP project assistant. Also with us today is Jennifer Cherian. She's the SFSP CACFP program assistant. Both of us will be here all day, of course, and then we'll be by your side through the application process and claims process throughout the summer. Feel free to call us anytime with any questions. You can email us. We'll be really busy in the next month or so with the applications, but we'll get back to you as soon as we can. Also on the call today, we have Anne Marie Martin. She's the CACFP program coordinator, and she's available for questions. She's been with the department for a really long time and is a wealth of information for child nutrition programs. And in and out today, we'll have Jo Dawson. She's the child nutrition programs director. I don't know that she'll be available for questions, but she'll be popping in and out as her schedule allows. And also with us today from TBC Consulting is Robin Tennille. She's an administrative review financial specialist, and she's also an SFSP program reviewer. And once we get to the section of administrative reviews, she'll give a little talk about how she does her reviews. And she's great to work with. She's wonderful. And just, if you have any questions, feel free to put it in the chat box. Jennifer and Anne Marie, they'll answer them as they can. I'll also answer them as I can during the breaks and any pauses in between. You don't need to wait till the very end to ask questions. So please feel free to use that as a resource. Here's an overview of today's administrative basics portion. We'll go over the background, program eligibility, outreach and best practices, sponsor and site requirements, applications, financial management, which includes advance payments, program reimbursement, claims. We'll also go over procurement, sponsor oversight, which includes training, monitoring, and record keeping, We'll go over administrative reviews, which includes findings and corrective action. We'll have a civil rights portion, and that will be another PowerPoint that's narrated for you. And then we have some additional resources for you. And here's some reference help for us today. I'll be using a lot of acronyms. Some of you may be really familiar with these, but those who are not, SFSP is the Summer Food Service Program. DEED, that's the Department of Education and Early Development. Child Nutrition Programs is CNP. USDA is United States Department of Agriculture. FNS, which is a division within USDA, is Food and Nutrition Services. CFR, that's the Code of Federal Regulations, which guides the Summer Food Service Program regulations. CNP Web, that's the DEED Child Nutrition Database for submitting applications and claims. There's NSLP and SBP, that's the National School Lunch Program and School Breakfast Program. SFA, School Food Authorities. And then I have this little waiver wand here. There are times where we will need to apply a waiver to any of the, not any, but there are times where in your admin guide, it says you can do something, but you really can't without a waiver. So I've identified those times with the waiver wand. There's no fairy dust, unfortunately. Let's keep going. What is the SFSP? The Summer Food Service Program, or SFSP, is a federally funded program administered by the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, and FNS at the national level. Within each state, a program is administered by a state department. In Alaska, SFSP is administered by the Department of Education and Early Development Child Nutrition Programs. The SFSP was established to ensure that low-income children continue to receive nutritious meals when school is not in session. Free meals that meet federal nutrition guidelines are provided to all children at approved SFSP sites in areas with significant concentrations of low-income children. USDA and state agencies are engaged in a continued effort to increase participation in the SFSP. The Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act of 2010, PL 111-296, simplified the administrative requirements of the SFSP in efforts to increase program participation and make families of eligible children aware of the availability of SFSP meals. Here's a pre-pandemic snapshot of SFSP in Alaska. I didn't put 2020 in there because it really was an anomaly. As we know, the pandemic happened and all the schools that were on NSLP switched to SFSP, so the numbers skyrocketed, and it's really not a fair comparison or look about what a typical SFSP looks like, an SFSP year. So I'll go over the 19 numbers just to give you a better idea of what a typical year looks like, and hopefully 2022 will look this way. I expect 2021 to look much like 2020. The total SFSP meals in Alaska increased in 2019 and served the second highest number of meals since 2014. However, pre-COVID, we only reached about 11% of NSLP and free reduced price kids. As we go through today's training, we would like you to try to think about one way your agency can serve more meals this summer, whether that's adding one more meal, one more day, one more week, and one more site. Though I imagine with COVID and the pandemic, you guys are probably pretty stretched. All SFSP requirements are outlined in regulation, policy, and instructions. SFSP regulations are in the Code of Federal Regulations, or CFR, Chapter 2, Part 225. There is a link to the USDA SFSP regulations on the Department SFSP webpage under Program and Other Resources. Detailed information about subjects such as financial management and civil rights can be found on the Department Child Nutrition main website and the SFSP webpage. USDA policy memorandums are released every year, typically in the fall, and must be implemented immediately. They offer clarification and detailed information about updates to current regulations. These are usually sent out with monthly program bulletins, and they are also posted online on the Child Nutrition Database, or the CNP web, the SFSP welcome page, and the Department of SFSP welcome page. I'm sorry, the Department SFSP webpage, and on the USDA Food and Nutrition Services Documents and Resources webpage. Program guidance is provided in 4 separate handbooks, which can be found in PDF format on the USDA Food and Nutrition Services SFSP webpage. The 4 handbooks include the SFSP Administrative Guide for sponsors, and today's presentation follows this guide, and it's an excellent resource. You can bookmark it, word search it, and use it as your main go-to SFSP resource. And that's the one I held up just a few minutes ago. I can show you because we're on video. This is a great resource. I use it all the time. There's also the SFSP Sponsor Monitors Guide, SFSP Nutrition Guide, and the SFSP Site Supervisor Guide. And these really are great guides. You can get them in PDF format, as I mentioned, and we also have hard copies here at the department, so feel free to ask us to send you copies. We're happy to do so. You can contact Jennifer, Chirian, or myself, and we'll get them mailed out. These handbooks have not been recently updated, so if you have your own hard copies from last year, they're still relevant. And you can also submit a materials request to the state, and we'll send those to you. There are 3 main entities involved in SFSP. There's the state agencies, sponsors, and sites. State agencies administer the program and act as a liaison between the USDA and SFSP sponsors. Sponsors run the program and communicate with the state agency. Schools, local government agencies, camps, faith-based, and other nonprofit community organizations that have the ability to manage a food service program may be SFSP sponsors. Sites are places in the community where children receive meals in a safe and supervised environment. Sites may be located in a variety of settings, including schools, parks, public housing developments, community centers, churches, and migrant centers. Site staff work directly with sponsors. The state agency does not work directly with sites. Children 18 and under may receive meals through SFSP, as well as a mental or physically disabled person as recognized by the state or local education agency. For individuals with a physical or mental disability, in order to receive reimbursement, the site and sponsors must have written verification from the school district that the student is currently receiving education services from the school district. Usually this means an individual between the ages of 18 and 21, as special education laws ensure the availability of education to individuals with a disability up to age 21. Every potential or currently participating sponsor must meet certain requirements. Sponsors eligible to participate in the summer food service program must be a school food authority, churches, residential camps, a public or private nonprofit college or university participating in the National Youth Sports Program, a unit of local, county, municipal, state, or federal government, such as tribal governments, parks and recreation associations, libraries and museums, tribal organizations, or any other type of private nonprofit organization. All sponsors must be able to provide documentation of their tax-exempt status, except churches, as there is no federal requirement that they provide documentation of their tax-exempt status. In cases where more than one sponsor wishes to serve SFSP at the same site or in close proximity to each other, the state gives priority in this order to sponsors' approvals. Local school food authorities are number 1, and then we go to government and private nonprofit organization sponsors that have successfully operated SFSP in a prior year. New government sponsoring organizations comes after that, and then any new private nonprofit organization sponsors. And I just wanted to point out that at the top of each slide, at the top of most slides, I have the admin guide page where you can find this information. And sometimes that's helpful. If you have the admin guide in front of you, you can kind of follow along. Sponsor responsibilities. Potential and returning sponsors must be able to demonstrate that they have the necessary financial and administrative capability to comply with the summer food service program requirements. Sponsors must accept final financial and administrative responsibility for all sites. The SFSP is a reimbursement program, and sponsors need to be able to cover costs up front. Advance payments are available. You can see that on page 127, but they should not be used to solely support program operations. Sponsors must agree to provide regularly scheduled meal services to children in designated low-income areas or agree to serve low-income children. Note that camps do not need to meet this criteria. Sponsors must operate a nonprofit food service. The sponsor is operating a nonprofit food service if the food service operations are principally for the benefit of participating children, and all program reimbursement funds are used solely for the operation or improvement of the food service. Sponsors must provide a year-round public service in the area in which they intend to provide SFSP services. Sponsors of camps and migrant sites do not need to meet this criteria. New and returning sponsors must demonstrate that they are able to manage the meal service at all their sites. Management control of the meal service means that the sponsor is responsible for maintaining contact with the meal service staff, ensuring that there is adequately trained meal service staff on site, and monitoring site operations throughout the period of the program participation. Sponsors are responsible for maintaining all program records to justify meal counts, income, and expenses. The SFSP meal pattern must be followed at all sites, and claims for reimbursement must be filed by the 60-day deadline in order to receive reimbursement for meals served at all eligible sites. Though due to the short duration of the program, it is recommended and preferred by the state agency that claims are filed within a 30-day deadline. For organizations that are not yet ready to become a sponsor, they may begin as a site under an existing sponsor, and after 1 or 2 summers may become a sponsor themselves after gaining experience and understanding how to administer a summer meal program. We've talked about participants and sponsor eligibility, and we'll now talk about the different types of sites. In Alaska, there are 6 different types of sites. There are open sites, restricted open sites, closed enrolled sites, campsites, migrant sites, and Alaska Native sites. Open sites are reimbursable for all meals served to children and located in a needy area, where 50% or more of the children living in the area are eligible for free or reduced price school meals. This is referred to as area eligible. Meals are made available to all children in the area on a first come, first served basis, and meal service information must be publicized in the community. There are 2 primary ways to document area eligibility. One is school data. Sponsors can use school data for site eligibility by documenting free and reduced price school meals data, which is the total aggregate percentage of students eligible for free and reduced price school meals. The site must be in a district designated boundary area of a school with 50% or greater free and reduced price school meals eligibility. The school boundary area must also be documented. The Anchorage, Mat-Su, and Fairbanks school districts have mapping tools to find this information on their websites. Sponsors in other areas can contact the school district by phone or email to find out if the site they wish to serve is within the school boundary of a school with 50% or greater free and reduced price school meals. Sponsors may not use school data from alternative schools or charter schools, as children are bused from all over the area and are not an accurate representation of needy areas. Once area eligibility is established using school data, the duration of site eligibility is 5 years. 2 is census data. Sponsors can also use census data for site eligibility by documenting census designated areas, which also have 50% or more children eligible for free and reduced price meals, and this must be documented with a USDA vetted mapping tool. Mapping tools for census data are available from USDA using the USDA Area Eligibility Mapper, the USDA Capacity Builder Mapper. Those are both great. I I often use the capacity builder because it has multiple layers that you can select. You can see where there's other summer food sites around you that were approved for last year. It has great layers. I use it all the time, and it's easy to use. You type in an address, and then it shows areas that are eligible and not eligible. So does the USDA area eligibility mapper. Another mapper is the Summer Food Mapper from the Food Research and Action Center, also known as FRAC, and the Averaged Eligibility Mapper from Share Our Strength, also known as No Kid Hungry. And those are both good too. I use all the mappers, but I think my favorite one is the Capacity Builder from USDA. SFSP sites that use census data to establish area eligibility are required to use the most recent data available. Other pre-approved alternative data sources such as Housing Authority income information may be used for area eligibility as well. Note that while there is a waiver available to waive the area eligibility requirement, this waiver is only available if your site is truly located in a non-area eligible location. So if your site is area eligible using school or census data, then that will be your method of documenting area eligibility. If you have a site location that is not area eligible using school or census data, then you may request the area eligibility waiver. This waiver is downloadable from the CNP web. Another site type is restricted open sites, and they are reimbursed for all meals served to all children. Eligibility documentation is the same as for open sites. Sites may only restrict attendance for reasons of space, security, safety, or control. Sponsors must still make known that the site is open on a first-come, first-served basis to all children of the community at large, but that the meal service is limited to a specific reason as mentioned. Closed enrolled sites. So we have our cute little waiver wand here. Closed enrolled sites are sites that serve only an identified population and require enrollment to participate. Sites can collect income information either through the income eligibility forms or IEFs, or by obtaining a list of free and reduced price income eligible children from the school district. This information must be collected every year. At least 50% of the enrolled children must be eligible for free and reduced priced school meals. Instead of determining the individual income eligibility of each enrolled child, a site may document its status as a closed enrolled site by requesting a waiver to use census or school data for area eligibility. This may only be used if the site is serving children that live in the area in which the site is located. If using school data, the site must be in an attendance area of a school. And you can see in the administration guide, pages 13, 21, and 203. Camps can be residential or non-residential and are reimbursed only for those children who meet the free or reduced price eligibility standards. Camps offer regularly scheduled food service as part of an organized program for enrolled children. In residential camps, participants spend the duration of the organized program in a 24-hour supervised care setting and receive a regularly scheduled food service. Non-residential campsites must offer a continuous schedule of organized cultural or recreational programs for enrolled children between meal services. Unlike restricted open, and closed enrolled sites, sponsors of both residential and non-residential camps do not have to establish area eligibility. However, they must collect and maintain individual household applications and are only reimbursed for those children who meet the free or reduced price eligibility standards. Income eligibility information must be reported to the state agency to determine the eligibility of individual participants for free meals, and such information must be updated annually and may not be more than 12 months old. The reason you cannot use area eligibility is because camps, like charter and alternative schools, often have children from all over a community, which means a population may not accurately represent the average local area income level, and because camps can claim up to 3 meals a day. Camps that have the same or stricter income eligibility guidelines may use their own forms instead of ours, such as Upward Bound and the National Youth Sports Program. When collecting income eligibility forms or maintaining lists from school districts for enrolled sites and camps, consider automatically or categorically eligible children. Parents of children receiving benefits from other federal programs do not have to provide income information, but they do need to provide case numbers as applicable, the last four of the signatory parent's social security number, contact information, a signature, and date. Examples of automatic eligible children receiving supplemental nutrition, examples of automatic eligibility include children receiving Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, formerly food stamps, food distribution on Indian reservations, or FDPIR, or temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF benefits. Additionally, foster children or children experiencing homelessness and children enrolled in Head Start services are also automatically eligible. Alaska Native sites are reimbursed for all meals served to children. Sponsors must have a certification from a tribal representative that a majority of the children served in the area are Alaska Native, and that at least 50% or more of the children in the area are eligible for free and reduced price school meals. Alaska Native sites are open sites and meals are served to all children. Please use the Child Nutrition Program's template letter to ensure all required language is documented. Eligibility must be recertified annually. A primary benefit of an Alaska Native site is that up to 3 meals per day are reimbursable. If a sponsor does not intend to serve 3 meals a day and is having difficulties obtaining a certification level from the tribal's organization, the sponsor may use census or school data for eligibility instead and apply as an open site. Migrant sites are reimbursed for all meals served to children. Sponsors must have written verification from the school district that a majority of the students served at the site are children of migrant workers. Eligibility must be recertified annually. In addition to the 6 different types of sites in Alaska, there are a few variations as well. There's Upward Bound, closed enrolled sites that are not area eligible and that serve both Upward Bound and non-Upward Bound participants must maintain applications on file to document that enough children meet the individual income eligibility requirements to satisfy the 50% threshold required for closed enrolled sites. However, because Upward Bound requires that 2/3 of the participants in a program must be both low income and potential first-generation college students, closed enrolled sites that serve only Upward Bound participants automatically qualify for SFSP participation. Mobile sites. Mobile sites, traditionally SFSP sites, are located in schools, playgrounds, parks, faith-based organizations, community buildings, or similar places. Mobile meals may provide the flexibility sponsors need to reach children who do not have access to such traditional sites. In rural areas where children may live in isolated locations, access to meal service sites operated by schools, parks and recreation departments, and private nonprofit organizations is often limited. At mobile sites, meals are delivered to an area using a route with a series of stops at approved sites in the community. And we've seen an uptick in mobile sites for COVID because it's easier to get food to kids and do kind of a handoff delivery. So this is definitely an option. Farmers market sites, not as much for during COVID times are there farmers market sites. Setting up a meal site at a farmer's market also allows sponsors to leverage existing activities that are associated with the market, giving kids an enjoyable experience in addition to a healthy meal and removing the burden of coordinating activities from scratch. Public housing. If the proposed site is at a public housing development and school and census data cannot qualify the site as area eligible, the state agency could assess the income eligibility requirements of the public housing development. If the income eligibility requirements are less than or equal to SFSP income guidelines, then the proposed site could be determined area eligible. Public housing is an underserved sector in Alaska, so this would be a great place to add just one more site. Sponsors must assume full administrative and financial responsibility for all SFSP operations at all sites under their supervision. When selecting sites, it is important to consider your administrative capability as a sponsor. You must be sure to plan and operate programs that are consistent with the size of your administrative staff and the extent of your expertise. It is important that sponsors adequately evaluate the needs and resources of the areas they hope to serve before making final plans for site operations. To support the greatest summer meal participation, it is important that sponsors do not compete for the same sites or target children in the same geographical area. In limited circumstances, it may be appropriate for sponsors to operate sites in relatively close physical proximity to one another. For example, if one site caters to one age group and the other serves a different age group, sponsors should be able to explain why differences in the population of children they intend to serve require multiple sites that are in close distance to each other. Sponsors should not select sites where site supervisors have had a poor performance record in the past. It is very important for the sponsor to adequately train all site staff and maintain the site staffing needs in order to ensure a proper meal service. A site's meal service facility and meal service method are important when selecting sites. If sponsors prefer on-site meal preparation, the site should be properly equipped with the appropriate facilities and equipment for meal preparation and service, and the site should meet all state and local public health standards. Sponsors who wish to contract out for meal preparation may choose to furnish meals from a school food authority or a food service management company, or FSMC. There will be more information about FSMCs in later slides. If sponsors plan to have meals prepared or delivered by a FSMC, school food service, or a central kitchen, the food preparation, holding, and delivery capabilities should be monitored for health and safety compliance by the sponsor. Children are drawn to locations that offer educational, enrichment, and recreational activities, as well as sites that provide meals. Sponsors are strongly encouraged to choose sites or plan programs that offer organized activities. Sponsors also need to determine the serving capacity for each of their sites. Sponsors should consider each site's administrative capability, the physical capacity of each site, and the number of children living in the area of each site who are likely to participate. When selecting sites, some additional considerations include proximity and number of meals allowed per day. The same meals may not be approved, served in close proximity to each other. For example, two sites across the street from each other serving the same meal may likely not be approved. An example of an exception might be if there is a large physical barrier or safety concern that separates the two sites, like an interstate highway, or if safe access to a site is a concern, or if both sites traditionally serve different age groups. Multiple sponsors may not serve the same site if it exceeds the number of reimbursable meals per day. Sponsors are required to submit a media release announcing the availability of free meals and the operating feeding sites to various media outlets, including newspapers, television, radio stations, etc. The media release for open Alaska Native and migrant sites explains that the same meal will be served to all children regardless of reimbursement status and without discrimination, and complaint procedures if an individual wishes to file a complaint for violation of non-discrimination policy. Sponsors are required to list media outlets and dates the release was sent to those outlets on the media release form submitted with the sponsor's application. This form can be downloaded from the CNP web and must be submitted with your application. Once your application has been approved by the state agency, the media release must be sent to the proposed media outlets. There is a different public release and policy on meals for camps and closed enrolled sites. This public release must include the availability of free meals, the non-discrimination statement, and complaint procedure if an individual wishes to file a complaint for violation of non-discrimination policy. For closed enrolled sites, the public release and policy must explain that the same meal is served to all enrolled children, regardless of reimbursement status and without discrimination. For camps that charge separately for meals, they must also explain that the camp uses Alaska's eligibility standards for family size and income levels at the level of reduced price school meals. This form must be included in the enrollment packets for camps and closed enrolled sites. Sponsors may submit this form to the state agency indicating the date the enrollment packets were sent out to the families. This form can be downloaded from the CNP web and must be submitted with your application. Once your application has been approved by the state agency, the media release must be sent to the proposed media outlets. And just a note on media outlets. Sponsors are not required to pay for advertising if a media outlet requires a fee. Free options such as social media or donated advertising space or time should be exercised whenever possible. Another note here. I highly recommend that filling out the public release statement is one of the very last things you complete and upload to the CNP web before you submit your application for approval. Often site information changes like meal times and meal service dates, and you want your public release to match your final plans for your summer meal service. If your public release information does not match your site meal service operations, it will be returned to you, and this may delay approval of your application. SFSP is one of the most highly underutilized federal assistance programs in the country. Nationally, only 1 out of every 7 children receiving free and reduced price school meals are receiving meals in the summer through SFSP. In Alaska, it's about 1 out of every 11. It is important that area families are made aware of the site locations and availability of free meals. Schools and community organizations are encouraged to work together to outreach to families. As sponsors, you should be trying to outreach to as many needy children as you can. Some ideas for outreach include sending out informational flyers, brochures, or postcards to families about the availability of meals in your area. For school food authorities, it is mandatory to provide school outreach. SFAs must cooperate with sponsors to inform eligible families of the availability and location of free meals for students when the regular school year ends. Sponsors shall work with schools, which are a great resource in providing outreach through the end of year newsletters, PSAs, and bulletin boards. You can also request Alaska Summer Food Service Program banners and brochures from the state agency, and we can get advertising banners, big vinyl banners for your sites if you'd like. Just let us know and we can send you some. And perhaps not this summer, but in normal times, sponsors could hold a summer kickoff event. They could host a barbecue event or dinner and a movie night to start the summer program kickoff, inviting all kids and families around the community to join you in your event. Social media can be a great tool for getting information out to children, families, and community partners. Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram are all examples of ways to share the availability of free meals to a widespread audience. At the state agency level, we maintain methods of outreach according to the information that is entered into the CNP web. So it is important to keep your site information up to date, including meal service dates, times, locations, and closures. We maintain 3 lists that require accurate information, including a site information sent to Alaska 211 website, the USDA Summer Meal Site Finder, also known as Summer Food Rocks, and the No Kid Hungry Site Finder texting service. And for all these, the Alaska 211, the USDA Summer Meal Site Finder, and the No Kid Hungry, these are all These all have only open sites listed. It doesn't include closed enrolled or camps. And this one's great, the No Kid Hungry site finder. You can just text food to 877-77877, and it really works. It's pretty cool. I like that. We recommend picking one outreach partner that best fits your agency and how you publicize meals. So maybe the texting campaign is best for flyers, but the Summer Food Rocks site finder could be linked to your website or Facebook page. Both get their data from the same source. You can find more information and resources for outreach through the USDA, No Kid Hungry, and the Food Research and Action Center, or FRAC. These sites have trainings, pre-recorded and live webinars, and lots of other information. They are great resources if you want to check out how other states manage their summer meals programs. Yeah, both the No Kid Hungry and FRAC are great. Another one is Institute of Child Nutrition, ICN. That's a really great resource as well. Mobile feeding may provide the flexibility sponsors need to reach children who do not have access to traditional sites. In rural areas where children may live in isolated locations, access to meal service sites operated by schools, parks and recreation departments, and private nonprofit organizations is often limited. In urban areas, violence and traffic safety concerns are examples of issues that may limit viable options for site locations. In mobile feeding, the sponsor delivers meals to an area using a route with a series of stops at approved sites in the community. The meal service must take place on approved days, and the sponsor must serve reimbursable meals during approved service times. For more information on mobile feeding, on the mobile feeding model and funding opportunities, consult SFSP Memorandum 2-2014, Mobile Feeding Options, November 12, 2013. I think that's listed here on the bottom here. You can also check out the No Kid Hungry Mobile Meals Toolkit, which contains planning tools, information about financial feasibility, and a mobile meals calculator. Site activities are an effective strategy to attract kids to sites and keep them returning. They can be low cost. Sites can recruit volunteers to engage with children. Some examples of activities include reading, arts and crafts, educational enrichment activities, community or school gardening programs, and nutrition education. You can invite police officers, firefighters, local heroes to come to your site and discuss safety tips. Organize informal sports games, kickball, baseball, capture the flag. You can engage parents and families. Check out the USDA website and read sponsor stories about successful activities that they have integrated into their summer meals programs, and maybe you'll get some new ideas. One great way to engage with local farming communities and incorporate favorite kid activities is to participate in the Farm to Summer celebration through the Farm to School program. Farm to Summer is a natural extension of Farm to School. Children connect with local food sources through educational opportunities during the growing season. Activities surrounding gardens and taste tests are often favorite activities for kids. If you would like more information regarding Farm to School program, please contact Kide Coyle, the DEED Farm to Summer specialist, and that's Kide Coyle at alaska.gov, and her phone number is 465-4969. Okay, it looks like we have a little trivia break here. I think that Jennifer is going to put up some polls for you to check out, just to see how much you retained in the past 45 minutes or so.
All right, time to see who's paying attention. Can everyone see the poll?
I can see it.
All right.
I can see it too.
Great.
We'll give you a few minutes here to answer the poll. And I think you'll need to use your cursor to scroll down and to see all 5 questions.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the slide that says trivia break.
Oh, you can't see the poll?
Nope.
But Anne Marie, you can?
Yes, I can. What if do you have a polls thing at the bottom, Lynette? It says
Oh,
polls? Maybe
I'm seeing
that.
I'm seeing it on my computer now, just not on my phone. So
Oh, interesting.
it's kind of weird. Okay.
All right, how are we doing? Give you another 30 seconds or so to complete the poll.
Yeah, it looks like 42% have voted, so we'll give it a few more seconds.
Okay.
Give it about 10 seconds. Get the last minute answers in there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, in the polling. Take a look at the results.
All right. Check this out. Okay. Looks like most of you are awake here. That's great news. Number 1, enrolled sites can only use income eligibility forms or IEFs to document eligibility. And most people got that one right. That's false. Enrolled sites may also use area eligibility or a roster of enrolled children with individual children's free and reduced priced eligibility verified through the school district. Remember, at least 50% or more of the children enrolled must be eligible for free and reduced price eligibility. If using IEFs or roster, area eligibility is already 50%. 2, area eligibility, census and school free and reduced price data is good for 5 years. Again, that's true. You guys did well. Once established, area eligibility is good for 5 years. New sites must use the current year eligibility. We recommend recertifying every year in case you think that income levels may go up and to increase eligibility for another year. Please remember to upload this documentation with your annual renewal. 3, restricted open sites may serve as summer school students only. Yep, that's right. False. Sites only serving summer school students may only serve summer meals through NSLP or the school breakfast program. Summer school students may only be served at open sites if the site is open and publicized as such to the rest of the children in the community. 4, site activities are required for lunch and supper meal services. False. While activities are highly encouraged and help draw children to SFSP sites, they are not required to have activities in order to participate in the SFSP. 5, Alaska Native site eligibility requires an annual letter from tribe, free and reduced price school meal eligibility, rural designation, both A and B. You guys got that one right. both A and B. Alaska Native site eligibility requires an annual letter from the tribe and must include language from template on the deed CNP website. The template has specific language with regards to the name of tribal organization and associated language. You guys did well. Good job. All right, I need to get this. Close that. So this seems like a good spot to take a 5-minute break before we get on to the next section. I have 9:22. So at 9:27, we'll reconvene to continue the training. So why don't you all take a break and I'll see you in 5. I'm in training. Yeah. Okay. Pre-operational requirements. Before sponsors are approved for summer meal site operations, sponsors need to consider and address pre-operational requirements. 1, sponsor site agreement for unaffiliated sites. 2, health and sanitation certification. 3, plans for extreme weather for outdoor sites. 4, pre-operational site visits. The sponsor site agreement for unaffiliated sites. If a sponsor plans to administer a program at a site not legally affiliated with the organization, for example, at a recreation program or vacation Bible school, the sponsor must enter into an agreement with the site supervisor or responsible site official. The sponsor site agreement lists the responsibilities of the site supervisor for the summer food service program, which will make it easier for the site personnel to understand their duties. Section 1 lists sponsor responsibilities. Section 2 covers the responsibilities of the site and site supervisor. And Section 3 outlines information regarding the termination or transfer of a site from one sponsor to another with notification requirements. Both the site supervisor and the sponsor must sign the agreement. While site duties are designated to the site supervisor and staff, the agreement does not relieve the sponsor of final administrative and financial responsibility for operating the SFSP at the site, including the responsibility to maintain contact with meal service staff, ensure that there is adequately trained meal service staff on site, and monitor site operations. If the site is under the fiscal responsibility of a school district, the superintendent's signature is required. Previously, there was a separate school acknowledgement form, which is now combined into the site agreement with a space for school district signature and contact name on the 4th page. It is also strongly recommended that you be in communication with the food service manager, since they will have more knowledge of the food service operations at the school. The sponsor site agreement can be downloaded from the CNP web. A copy of each sponsor site agreement signature page must be submitted with your application. Health Department notification letter. Sponsors are required to submit to the local health department a list of sites where they intend to operate food services. The specific location and meal service times for each site must be listed on the letter. A copy of the letter must be submitted to the state agency with the application. Please make sure it goes to the correct office, either the municipality of Anchorage or by visiting the Department of Environmental Conservation contact webpage to locate your specific area contact in the state. And as noted on the public release slide, it is recommended that sponsors fill this out last and after all their site information has been determined, like meal times and program dates. When we review the information, it must match the site information that has been entered into the CNP web. If it does not align with the CNP web information, it will be returned for correction and may delay sponsor approval. Planning for extreme weather. Sponsors need to make appropriate plans for outside summer meal services during periods of inclement weather, such as thunderstorms and excessive heat or poor air quality such as a result such as a result from wildfires. Options include discontinuing the meal service if safety is a concern, or using a tent to provide shelter and shade. For waivers, these are not required this year because of the non-congregate waiver. But in a typical year, there may be a waiver for poor air quality if approved by FNS, and in the event of wildfires and the air quality is unsafe, sponsors may apply for a waiver to serve meals off-site in a less hazardous environment that allow for meals to be consumed off-site. If approved by FNS, the waiver request will be available from the state agency. But again, we have the non-congregate waiver this year because of the pandemic, so this is not applicable to this year. Another waiver that would be applicable in a typical year would be an unanticipated school closure, and this would apply to SFAs only. The state agency may waive the requirement that during an unanticipated school closure, SFSP sites may not be located at school sites. Although schools may be closed, some school buildings may be unaffected by the disaster and may be approved as a location for emergency meals. And you would request this waiver from the state agency. Pre-operation site visit. Sponsors and monitors must visit all new and problem sites before they begin operations. These visits are required to make sure that the sites have the facilities to provide meal service for the number of children expected to attend. The pre-operational visit worksheet is available. The pre-operational visit worksheet available in the SFSP administrative guide should be used to complete pre-operational site visits and must be completed in its entirety. Documentation of pre-operational visits will be verified during the state agency administrative review. State agencies have the option to waive the pre-operational site visit requirement for experienced SFSP sponsors, CACFP sponsors, and SFAs participating in the NSLP or SBP and who are in good standing in these programs. Please contact us for more information if you have new sites for which you would be interested in waiving the pre-operational visit. Application requirements. All new and returning sponsors are required to submit annual applications, which are also known as the CNP Web Sponsor Information and Site Information Sheets. Sponsor and site information sheets are completed in the CNP Web, and all applicable waivers and forms can be downloaded from the CNP Web and then uploaded upon completion. All sponsor and site information sheets and application forms and documentation must be completed and submitted to the state agency by May 1st, or at least 30 days prior to the first day of service. Please allow the state agency adequate time to review and approve your completed application. By federal regulation, no applications will be accepted after June 15th. Within 30 days of receiving a completed application, applicable forms and supporting documentation, sponsors will receive an approval letter and claim instructions after everything has been approved. Sponsors may not claim any meals under their app until their application has been approved by the state agency. Reminder, reimbursements cannot be made for retroactive approvals.
Hey, Rhonda, can I interrupt for half a second?
You bet.
Because this is different than CCFP a little bit. And so we don't want to do retro either. We need to know about it. One nice thing about CCFP is that we can go back in time if we've got things in play. So if you're doing both programs, summer food and CCFP, following summer food won't get you in trouble. And sometimes if you're saying, well, I've been serving there for 3 months and finally I got approved from you guys, we really need your information within the month. So we're a little bit more flexible in CCP, but not a lot. So if you follow summer food, if you follow summer foods rules, it'll be a lot better for both programs.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Here's the SFSP application process for new sponsors. New sponsors will complete a permanent agreement, new sponsor application, sponsor information sheet on the CNP web, a sponsor budget, and other applicable documents, and send completed documents to the state agency. Here are some of the required forms new sponsors will be required to complete. All sponsors sign a permanent agreement with the state of Alaska. This form is completed once and updated only when the designated official changes at the sponsoring organization. Only one permanent agreement will need to be on file for all child nutrition programs the sponsoring organization participates in. So those agencies already participating in the Child and Adult Care Food Program, or CACFP, or NSLP and SBP, do not need to fill out another permanent agreement. All new sponsors must complete a new sponsor application, which is available from the state agency. All new SFSP sponsors must submit documentation of tax exempt status, IRS 501c3, or a letter identifying the unit of government or tribal organization or agency is affiliated with. Churches are the only organization type that are exempt from this requirement. If at any time during the program year your agency's tax exempt status is revoked, you must contact the state agency. All new sponsors will need access to the CNP web, which is the child nutrition database where annual SFSP information is maintained and where sponsors submit monthly claims for reimbursement. Individuals needing access must complete and submit a CNP web user authorization request. This form needs to be completed only once for each new user. New users will receive a new username and password to get access to the CNP web. A state agency new vendor questionnaire will need to be completed in order to establish the new sponsor in the state financial and payment system called IRIS, and for the sponsor to receive reimbursements. If sponsors wish to be paid by direct deposit, a direct deposit form must also be submitted. All sponsors must register for a DUNS number through the Dun and Bradstreet website, which is free and required by the U.S. Office of Management and Budget and is a supplement to other identifiers such as EIN or tax ID. SAM.gov registration is required for all programs receiving $25,000 or more in federal funds. This must be current to receive reimbursement funds. Note that the state agency cannot approve sponsor applications without these documents. CNP Web, all sponsors. All sponsors, new and returning, will access the CNP Web to begin the annual application process. In addition to the requirements listed on the previous slide, sponsors must demonstrate adequate administrative and financial responsibility to manage an effective food service, provide site information for each proposed site, provide a copy of the proposed media release, provide a completed management plan that includes staffing needs and an administrative budget, and training of monitors and site personnel. Please refer to pages 48 and 49 of your administrative guide for more details about the application requirements. A pre-approval visit will be required for new or problem sites before site operations can begin. The state agency will schedule a visit prior to approval of a sponsor's full application. Considering the current travel restrictions due to the pandemic, this pre-approval visit will be in the form of a remote desk audit. CNP web forms. These are some additional documents that may need to be submitted with your application if they apply to your program, all of which are downloadable from the CNP web. Food service management contract. For sponsors that plan to use a food service management company or FSMC to provide meals, they must submit a copy of the invitation to bid. For sponsors that plan to use a school food authority or SFA to provide meals, they must provide the proposed agreement. Sponsors should also submit plans for advertisement for bids if they intend to contract with a FSMC. For more information on procurement with food service management companies, please review and complete the procurement e-learning module located on the DEED website. There is a waiver for unitized meals. We got a little waiver on there. This waiver is available for sponsors with vended meals through an FSMC that are serving meals not unitized. Unitized means all components except milk or juice must be portioned, packaged, delivered, and served as a unit. Milk or juice, which may be packaged and provided separately, must be served with the meal unit, and only such complete meals are reimbursable. Additional templates for your use include income eligibility forms, monitoring forms, training agenda and sign-in sheet, cycle menu template, and application checklist. And on the CNP web, when you're filling out your site information, there's a box that asks you if you're serving unitized meals. And especially during the pandemic, when you're doing packaged meals, bag lunches, all your meals are going to be unitized. So be sure to check that as yes. It's very rare that it's no. And if it's no, we'll expect a waiver. In addition to completing the sponsor and site information sheets, sponsors will need to complete and upload documents for approval. Pay close attention to the required column that will populate as different fields from the sponsor and site information sheets will trigger the required red checkbox. So that is over here, this required column. And you see these red check marks. As you fill out your applications, these check marks will pop up, and you can do the download, and that will give you the form that you need to fill out. And what you don't see here, which I didn't capture in this image, there'll be a little button here to upload your information. So that's where you would upload your document. Sponsor information sheet. The CNP Web sponsor information sheet includes all general sponsor information. For returning sponsors, some of the previous year's information will roll forward, but not all. So be sure to carefully review and make changes as necessary. And definitely make sure you update your contact information, as all our email listservs use this contact information for bulletins and broadcasts. So make sure your contact information is current and up to date. These items must be completed on the sponsor information sheet. Responsible sponsor parties and food program contact information, food service management company or FSMC vendor contact information, advance information, audit requirements, and the institution principles. And these include the names, date of birth, and personal mailing address required for 3 institution principals or organization, like the executive director, chairman of the board, and food program contact, or for schools, the superintendent or business manager and food program contact. This is to ensure that the state agency does not approve any sponsors or institution principals who have been determined seriously deficient, disapproved, or terminated in prior years from other child nutrition programs. See the SFSP Policy Memo 01-2008, Nationwide Expansion of Summer Food Service Program Simplified Cost Accounting Procedures, or page 50 of the SFSP Administration Guide, Review of Applications. We also need the DUNS number. Remember, all child nutrition sponsors must register for a DUNS number through the Dun and Bradstreet website. Site information sheet. Sponsors must complete a site information sheet for each site they intend to operate. Each site listed must include the name of the site, the location, the meal types, the meal times, the estimated average daily participation, ADP, site cap, and the operation dates, start and end dates. It is important to remember sites may only operate when the area schools are closed for summer break. Sites may not claim meals for children when school is still in session. The only exception to this rule is for when sponsors want to provide program benefits in times of emergencies, such as unanticipated school closures from October through April or any time during the year for an area with a continuous school calendar. The bottom portion of the site information sheet is the proposed monitoring schedule and training dates. Note that once these dates are entered, they will auto-load into the sponsor information sheet, and you will not need to be added at both the sponsor and site levels. I think in the past that you had to enter this information at the sponsor level and the site level, but we had a change in the database where entering this at the site level will automatically upload to the sponsor level. So it kind of minimizes your data entry. Racial and ethnic data. Each year, every sponsor must determine the number of potentially eligible participants by racial and ethnic category for the area served. This information may be obtained from census data or public school enrollment. It is to help the state agency and the USDA determine whether the population being served is not disproportionate to the ethnic racial makeup of the children in the area. This is separate from the racial ethnic data collected during the site monitoring review. Mapping tools. Mapping tools help assist sponsors in determining if sites are area eligible, checking for other sites in the area to ensure there's no crossover or sites too close in proximity, and to look for new prospective sites. The USDA Capacity Builder. For area eligibility, sponsors can enter the address of a prospective site. Area eligible sites will show up in a pink area. Blue areas are not area eligible using census data. Additionally, sponsors can look for new prospective sites using the drop-down layer option showing places like museums, schools, libraries, housing developments, and to find community partners in the area to assist in outreach like posting flyers. The USDA Area Eligibility Mapper operates pretty much the same way, just with less information. It doesn't have any schools, museums showing up in the area. Other area eligibility mapping tools are available from No Kid Hungry and FRAC. Both of these maps have the capability of showing areas that might be eligible, combining up to 3 census block groups. So if you have a site that you think is in a low income area, but it does not show up in the pink area on the USDA website, you can try either No Kid Hungry or the FRAC mappers, which show maybe areas in a 3rd color. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, sponsors must submit site eligibility documentation for each site they intend to operate. Sponsors are responsible for determining the eligibility of each site and must have the documentation of each site's eligibility. Not all sites will have the same type of eligibility documentation. Alaska Native and migrant sites will need to submit the letter of eligibility every year. Sponsors must use the template letter provided by deed for Alaska Native migrant sites. In addition to the letter, sponsors still need to establish area eligibility either using census data or free and reduced price school meals data. Open sites using school data and census data will only need to be submitted every 5 years. Well, that's not quite true. Open sites using school data and census data, you still need to submit it every year, but you can use the same documentation for 5 years. Then it needs to be maintained in your files annually to document that your site is eligible. However, all sites should reestablish site eligibility annually to help maintain eligibility. Eligibility documentation must be maintained in current year files. Closed enrolled sites using income applications are required to submit the number of enrolled and the number of students eligible for free and reduced price school meals in the CNP web database. If not using income applications and using area eligibility instead, sponsors must submit a waiver request available from the CNP web. CAMs and sites using income applications are not required to send in copies of income applications. Remember, these resources for documenting eligibility, links to these forms and websites are on the DEED CNP website. template for Alaska Native migrant sites. I think I have that there. Yeah. So this is where you want to get the Alaska Native and migrant sites template. It's on the CNP Web Summer Food Service Program website. It's, I think, if you look at the sites on the very bottom right. Appeal rights. Here is a list of actions that may be appealed. Any sponsor denied participation in the program or denied program payment may obtain a hearing by an official other than one directly responsible for the original determination. At the time of the denial, the state agency must tell the sponsor whom to contact for an appeal. You may refer to your supplemental materials sent out before this training for more information about appeal rights and procedures. And I think that in your supplemental materials, there's a whole appeals procedure document. And here are some actions that may be appealed: denial of an advance payment request, denial of a claim for reimbursement, termination of sponsor or site program participation, denial of a sponsor site application, denial or revocation of a FSMC application, claim against a sponsor for remittance of a payment, and refusal by state agency to forward late claim or upward adjustment request to USDA. Financial management. The Summer Food Service Program is a reimbursement program. In the next section, we will go over reimbursement rates, advance payments, and the budget. Advance payments. Sponsors should be able to cover program costs up front. However, there are advance payments available for those sponsors needing it. Advance payments should help sponsors maintain a positive cash flow because they will have funds available to meet program costs as they arise throughout the month. Sponsors may request advance payments for their total program costs, for their operating costs, or for their administrative costs. Sponsors must request advance payments on the sponsor information sheet in the CNP Web and submit a complete sponsor and site application by April 15th. Sponsors are not required to categorize costs as operational or administrative when submitting claims for reimbursement, but advance payments are still categorized as such. Therefore, sponsors may not request an advance for operating and administrative costs combined and must make these requests separately. Sponsors may not choose the amount of the advance given. Advance payments are calculated based on the anticipated daily participation and the rate paid for the meal served. If the sponsor is a returning sponsor, the state agency may choose to give an advance payment based on the reimbursement earned during the same month from the previous year. The dates of advance payments issued are June 1st, July 15th, and August 15th. All advance payments will be recovered out of a sponsor's reimbursement checks from the month of the advance requested. All advance payments must be reconciled from the claims for reimbursement prior to receiving the next advance. For example, if your organization received an advance for the month of June, the June claim must be submitted before a July advance can be issued. Program reimbursements. SFSP reimbursement rates are the highest of any child nutrition program. USDA releases the new rates every January, and they can be found on the DEED SFSP webpage. Programs are reimbursed based on the number of reimbursable meals served to eligible participants multiplied by the sum of the appropriate administrative and operational rates. Sponsors receive the combined reimbursement rate depending on the location and type of site. Self-prep sites are sites that prepare their own meals at each individual site or at a central location and deliver meals to each site. Self-prep sites will receive the higher administrative reimbursement rate, whereas vended sites are sites that purchase unitized meals from either a vendor, school food authority, or food service management company. Vended sites in urban areas only will receive the lower administrative reimbursement rate. Operating reimbursement rates are the same for all sites. Areas considered urban in Alaska include Anchorage and surrounding areas, in Fairbanks and surrounding areas. For specific rural and urban designations, see the USDA Rural Designation Map. And there's a link right here. If you're wondering if you're in a rural or urban area, go to the site and it will tell you. The 2021 lunch supper rates for self-prep and urban sites are $6.99, and the vended urban are $6.88 per meal. Claims for reimbursement. Claims for reimbursement will not be accepted after 60 days past the end of the claim month. Remember to think 60 days and not 2 months. Claims must be in pending approval in order to be considered submitted. So pending approval is a status in the CNP web. Any claims submitted past the deadline may need to request a late claim exception. These exceptions are only granted once every 36 months, except in situations outside the sponsor's control, such as a natural disaster or fraud. Sponsors may choose to consolidate claims if the program either operates 10 days or less in the initial month of operation. The initial month may be combined with the following month, or 10 days or less in the final month of operation. The final month may be combined with the claim from the previous month. Sponsors receive their program payments based on the number of meals served multiplied by the appropriate combined administrative and operating rates for reimbursement. Claims for reimbursement must reflect only meals that meet SFSP requirements and are served to eligible children during the claiming period. Sponsors must be able to document meal counts, program operating and administrative costs, and any funds accruing to the program. Sources of funds that are considered program income may include cash donations specifically identified for use in the program, any federal, state, or local funds specifically provided to the program, any payment for non-program adult meals. Sponsors must input any additional program income in the CNP web database within the online application. Sponsors should collect meal counts from each site at least weekly and should aim to have their monthly claims for reimbursement submitted within 10 days after the last day of the claiming month. Sponsors are required to submit claims for reimbursement that indicate the number and type of first and second meals served to all eligible children by site. Meal counts should be consolidated for the month and reviewed by at least one other person in addition to the individual entering the monthly claims. Budget. Here's a snapshot of what the budget sheet looks like in the CNP web. Oops. There we go. All sponsors, except for school food authorities, must submit a complete budget. Sponsors of both the Child and Adult Care Food Program, or CACFP, and SFSP may submit a combined budget to simplify cost accounting procedures and the administrative review process. SFSP expenses must still be separated out for the online portion of the SFSP application. Please contact the state agency for more information on how and when to submit a combined SFSP and CACFP budget. The budget is part of the application process online, and it must capture all estimated administrative and operating expenses within planned reimbursement amount. Please refer to pages 141 through 143 of your administrative guide for more information on the operating records, on operating cost records. If you think you will be overspent, you can take some of the smaller, more administratively burdened line items out, such as costs shared with your agencies, other activities like utilities, administrative labor, and smaller items. Program payments are not based on budget. It just shows the state agency how you plan to spend your reimbursement. If you spend all your reimbursement on food and labor, then those are the only items that you need to include in your budget. Keep it as simple as you can. Administrative costs may include activities related to planning, organizing, and administering the program. Operational costs may include, but are not limited to, the cost of food, non-food serving supplies, labor in preparing, serving, and cleanup of meals, and the meal service area itself, such as rent or lease of community room and or any kitchen. Only allowable expenses may apply toward the nonprofit food service account. For more information on allowable costs, see Financial Management Instructions 796-4, Revision 4. And there is also, in your supplemental materials, I believe that there is a sheet on allowable SFSP costs and associated documentation, and that's a really helpful document. I refer to that one quite a bit. To help estimate your program income from SFSP, you can take the number of meals you plan to serve for the summer and multiply it by the reimbursement rate. Sponsors with multiple sites may have a different reimbursement rate for each site. This will give you a total estimated reimbursement you plan to receive for the summer. You may use this total to decide how that money will be spent using allowable administrative and operational costs in your budget. So if you serve 5,000 meals times the self-prep lunch supper rate at $6.99, you'll get almost $35,000. You kind of get a lot. Remember, if it's not in the budget, SFSP funds cannot pay for it. The more information you provide, the better. For example, if a line item does not directly describe something you plan on paying for, ask us about it or provide more detail in the other boxes of the information sheet. So for here, the sponsor identified $3,500 in other operating costs, and then they have more of a description, milk and Costco delivery here. So that information is helpful. If you're using SFSP funds or rent, if you're using SFSP funds for rent or utilities, you need to submit allocation plans with your budget and application to show how each program is charged or allocated. This includes rental agreements, contracts with outside employees, equipment quotes, and capital expenditure form if over $5,000. Examples of backup that will be verified during a state agency review include timesheets. Remember, time spent on SFSP cannot be estimated. It must be logged in real time. Food and supply receipts, mileage logs with routes for mileage, gas receipts, quotes for purchases over $10,000, and a procurement plan. If you deliver meals and want to use SFSP funds to pay for mileage, you need to document the mileage and maintain mapped routes to supplement your mileage logs to ensure SFSP isn't paying for any mileage for activities that are not related to SFSP.
Can I jump in on one thing that came up with CSAP, Rhonda?
Sure.
Was for timesheets. It's for labor, but if you're doing fringe benefit for those folks, it still has to be attached to a timesheet. For CSAP, I had an agency say, no, we just do 2% of our fringe or something. So again, it's got to be actual. So you got to show that employee's fringe along with labor if you're going to do that.
Great. Perfect. Thanks. And here's a list of some unallowable costs, also in your admin guide, page 132. Rental of a dining space unless part of a school food service facility or larger facility used for food prep. Non-creditable food items. It says meals consumed off-site. That's in a normal year. Of course, if you have a non-congregate waiver, meals will be consumed off-site, so those would be allowable if you have the waiver. Cost of meals ordered or prepared but not served to eligible children. Allowable costs include tips, entertainment, or fundraising costs, and meals served to administrative adult personnel or any other adults that are not in the operation of food service. Audit requirements. If your organization receives more than $750,000 in total federal funds for all programs operated during the year, not just income you receive from child nutrition programs, but all federal funds, you are required to have a program-specific audit. You are required to submit your audit to the state agency, Office of Management and Budget, at least 9 months past the end of your fiscal year. You must input this information in the CNP web in the online application. Procurement. The aggregate purchase amount, which does not exceed $10,000, can be done without seeking competitive quotes. And this applies to most of Alaska's SFSP sponsors. Most of your expenses will be under $10,000 per purchase. However, purchases must be equitably distributed among qualified suppliers. For example, a sponsor must not make all purchases from one source. Rather, the sponsor must make purchases from all qualified sources equally. If you know that Costco or some other grocery store has the best prices for the products you will be using in your food service, you must document this. Just knowing that store X is cheaper is not sufficient. We have a form to assist with your annual purchase survey, which used to be called the Market Basket Study, that helps you easily document the cost of food items from at least 2 different sources. If you only have one source from which to purchase your food items, then that needs to be documented as well. So the micro purchase limit is $10,000 per purchase. The small purchase limit, federal thresholds, $10,000 to $250,000. And the formal procurement minimum is $250,000 and above. And these procurement thresholds were updated 2 years ago. If your agency has chosen new levels, the procurement plan must be updated to reflect these changes. Market basket change to annual purchase survey. The required elements must have a cycle menu, must have receipts, and the annual purchase survey must represent approximately 75% of the food items purchased. And if you have any questions on the annual purchase survey, just let us know. In the past year with the summer food service program, I haven't seen any annual purchase surveys. Most people purchase their food through different stores locally. They just go to like 3 different stores or 2 different stores to get all their food supplies. Hey, we have another trivia break. Jen, you want to drop in that next poll for everybody? See how we're doing?
Let me get that up. All right, there we go.
Did everybody see that? Trivia number 2?
Yes.
Great.
All right, we'll give it another 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see the results.
Ding, ding, ding. All right, oops. There we go. All right, people are listening. This is great. Okay, 1, programs cannot be approved without a DUNS number, SAMS.gov registration, IRS 501c3, or all of the above. Correct, all of the above. Another thing to note is that if a 501c3 status has been revoked, we are required to determine a program seriously deficient and may move to termination. 2, public release are only required for open sites. It's kind of split, true and false. Let's see, false. All sites must submit public releases to local media outlets and use the appropriate template depending on the site type. This is important because public releases explain that the same meal will be served to all children regardless of reimbursement rate without discrimination, and include complaint procedures for civil rights violations and help sponsors reach more hungry kids. So public releases are required for all sites. Site agreement forms are required for any sites that are not staffed by sponsoring organization, employees, or volunteers. True. Any site supervised or staffed by anyone outside of the sponsor agency must sign an agreement. They must also receive training from the sponsor on SFSP requirements. 4, reimbursement rates are based on site location, whether the site is self-prep or vended, meal type, all of the above. Awesome, all of the above. Oops, keep doing that. Okay. And 5, is there a 5? Yeah. Oh, is there a 5 on this one, Jen?
No, 4 was the last one.
4 was the last one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have 5 on my list. I guess we didn't get that in there. Okay. Thanks for the polling.
Sure.
Okay. All right. On to the next section, everybody, the sponsor oversight. Basic oversight of the program includes training and monitoring your team and providing corrective action if needed and follow-up. Training is an annual federal requirement. All sponsors, new and returning, must attend the state agency SFSP training. In addition, sponsors must also train administrative monitoring and site staff before they undertake their responsibilities. All staff should receive notification of date, time, location, and importance of attending the required SFSP training session. The dates, names of attendees, and documentation of the topics covered must be recorded for each training session offered. There is a training agenda template on the CNP web that sponsors may use to record this information. This will be verified during the state review process. Training must be conducted prior to the start of the program. It is required that each site must have at least one trained person present during the meal service. If there are new employees, the sponsor must train the employee on program requirements prior to undertaking SFSP duties. Sites may not operate until all site staff have been trained. Because there are different groups of staff, administrative monitors, and site staff that have different program responsibilities, sponsors may choose to offer different training sessions to focus on each group's specific functions. The administrative staff training will explain the responsibilities of duties of all sponsors, personnel helping to administer the SFSP at the sponsor level. These personnel include the office staff, administrative assistants, bookkeepers, area supervisors, and most importantly, the monitoring staff. Administrative staff training should begin with a general explanation of the program, emphasizing the purpose of the program, site eligibility, record-keeping requirements, organized site activity, meal requirements, and civil rights compliance and outreach. Secondly, a description of how the program will operate within the framework of the agency's current operations and SFSP requirements outlined in the SFSP Administrative Guide. Program operation topics include how meals will be provided, meal service schedules, self-prep versus vended, daily meal counts and meal pattern requirements, meal delivery schedule if applicable, and record-keeping requirements. Lastly, the administrative training should cover the specific duties of your program monitors. Monitor topics include conducting site visits and reviews, which sites each monitor is responsible for, the monitoring schedule, reporting procedures of corrective action, follow-up procedures, and offers procedures. Sponsors should distribute copies of the Monitor's Guide available on the USDA webpage under Program Guidance. You can also request a hard copy from the state agency. Monitors should receive both operations and administrative training. They should not be affiliated with daily site operations such as food prep and meal services. Usually they are administrative staff. Sponsors must provide monitors with a thorough training because only monitors that are knowledgeable of the program requirements and duties will be able to provide meaningful feedback and ensure site compliance. Because monitoring is such an important function of proper program operations and full meal reimbursements, sponsors should conduct separate training sessions for monitors that highlight their specific duties. If a monitor is hired after program operations have begun, a separate training session that covers program operations at both the site and administrative level must be conducted prior to the monitor's first site visit or review. This training should cover, at a minimum, the following topics: what sites each monitor is responsible for, monitoring schedules, their duties in conducting site visits and reviews, any reporting and/or follow-up procedures, food safety and sanitation, civil rights, office procedures, and reporting of racial ethnic data. There are forms for all site visits and reviews downloadable from the checklist tab on the CNP web. Monitors must complete the required site visits and reviews for each site. Regulations require that sites may not operate until personnel at the site have attended at least one training session. This is an annual requirement. Sponsors must document the attendance at site training sessions and schedule additional sessions for those staff who are unable to attend or who are absent. It is also a regulatory requirement that at least one person who has been trained by the sponsor be present at each of the sponsor's sites during the time of meal service. If a site supervisor quits or resigns during the summer, the sponsor is responsible for ensuring that the new site supervisor receives all necessary training before taking charge of a new site. Some basic topics that should be covered include basic program information, how each site will operate, for example, delivery schedules, adjustments to deliveries, who to contact about problems, inventory, and meal preparation adjustments, record keeping requirements, point of service meal counts, meal pattern requirements, menus, use of leftover food, civil rights, and monitors' responsibilities. And remember, at least one trained staff must be present at every meal service. Here are some resources for additional training. The required annual training for all SFSP sponsors include SFSP Program Administration Basics, SFSP Meal Pattern Basics, USDA Civil Rights Requirements for Child Nutrition Programs. The Program Administration Basics, Meal Pattern Basics, and Civil Rights are covered in today's training. They can also be completed from the DEED e-learning website, and if at any point you want a refresher, all these courses are available to you. Monitoring. Actually, I think it's been an hour since our last break, 10:22. So let's take a break, a 5-minute break, get up and stretch, get a drink of water, and then we'll meet back here at 10:27. And I'll check the chat box and see if there's any questions I need to answer, or feel free to unmute and ask questions yourself. And if not, I will move on here. We'll continue on with monitoring. An efficient and capable monitoring staff is essential for successful program operations. The monitor serves as a direct link between the sponsor and the food service site and acts as an internal control. The number of monitors will depend on the number of sites that the sponsor intends to operate. There are different requirements for new or returning sites, which we will discuss in more detail in the next few slides. In general, site visits require a monitor to ensure that the food service is operating smoothly, staff returning and program requirements are met, and to provide technical assistance. The monitor must be present before, during, and after the meal service. There are 4 different site visits and reviews that monitors may need to conduct. Template forms for these site visits are available for download on the CNP web. Please use the current year's forms to ensure all required information is captured. The 4 site visits are pre-operational site visits, first week site visits, 4th week site visits, and the racial ethnic data information gathering. Pre-operational visits are required for all new sites and sites with compliance issues in the previous year. These sites are required to make sure that the sites have adequate staff and facilities to operate the meal service program for the number of children expected to attend. State agencies have the option to waive the pre-operational site visit requirement for experienced SFSP sponsors, CACFP sponsors, and school food authorities participating in the NSLP or SBP and who are in good standing in these programs. Please contact the state agency for more information. First week site visits must be conducted for all sites. However, sponsors who successfully participate in the CACFP and NSLP may request a first week site visit waiver for returning sites that operated successfully during the previous summer and had no serious deficiencies. The waiver form is available for download from the CNP web. Note that sponsors who are approved the first week site visit waiver are agreeing to provide additional information to the state agency. This is because the USDA requires that state agencies track and report waiver data, so we need this information to satisfy this USDA requirement. Fourth week site visits must be completed for all sites. This site review must be completed within the first 4 weeks of operation. If a site operates for only 1 week in the summer, the pre-operational visit must occur prior to the 1 week of operation. Then the first week site visit and the fourth week site review will both need to be completed during that 1 week. For those sites that operate less than 4 weeks, the sponsor must conduct the reviews within the time period the site is operational. It is recommended that in cases where the program is 4 weeks or less, the 4th week site visit is performed prior to the final week of operations, if possible, to allow time to correct any issues that would result in non-reimbursable meals. Monitors must stay for the entire meal service duration to ensure a thorough review. In compliance with civil rights requirements, sponsors must collect racial ethnic category data for each year for each site. It is recommended that this is completed along with the 4th week site review. Monitors may use visual identification to determine a child participant's ethnic racial category. This data must be kept on file and will be checked during a state review. In addition, sponsors must determine the number of potentially eligible participants by ethnic racial category for the area served. Sponsors may obtain this information from either census data or public school enrollment data. This information must be put in the CNP web database with the online application. Documentation of this data must be determined annually and kept on file.
I did have a question.
Okay.
Someone was wondering if it is a new requirement for the 1st week visit to have to stay for the entire meal.
No. The monitors must, for any site review, a monitor must stay for the duration of the review.
That's the same for CSFP as well, just in case people were wondering.
Yeah, you must be there before, during, and after to ensure a complete review. Monitoring, reviewing reports. After monitors complete the site visits and reports, sponsors must then review the monitoring reports. Sponsors should be aware of the following. All site visits and reviews must be documented. Records are only useful when they are carefully reviewed by sponsor personnel and when follow-up monitoring is scheduled to ensure that any corrective actions have been taken to improve site operations. Good review reports will meet the following criteria. All questions are answered. Problems, if any, are noted. Comments are included in the remarks section. Meal counts are taken appropriately. Corrective action and follow-up visits are noted. Recommended adjustments in meal orders to avoid food waste. Report is signed and dated by monitor, site supervisor, and sponsor representative. Documentation of all required monitoring will be reviewed by the state agency during an administrative review. Record keeping. As a reminder, all sponsors must maintain at a minimum the following records for 3 years plus the current year. Permanent agreement, this must be kept indefinitely. SFSP applications, and a note about site eligibility. If you are using prior year census data for area eligibility, be sure that you have a copy of this documentation in your current year file, as well as your prior year files. This will ensure that you don't inadvertently throw away your area eligibility documentation from 4 to 5 years ago. It happens regularly that one area may be considered area eligible one year, but not the next. So remember to keep your area eligibility documentation in your current SFSP folders. Other record keeping items include daily meal counts, daily production records, operating costs, administrative costs, claims for reimbursement, training agenda and sign-in sheets, monitoring reports, and site visit and reviews. This is not an exhaustive list. Please refer to the checklist of records attachment 22 in the SFSP administrative guide or the handout preparing for a SFSP review provided to you with your supplemental materials. Now we'll go into administrative reviews. This is the review that the state performs on sponsors. In accordance with USDA federal regulations, the state agency is required to conduct administrative reviews of sponsors' program operations to ensure that the sponsor's overall program is operating in compliance with SFSP requirements and to provide technical assistance to a sponsor if there are questions or issues about program operations. USDA and its recipient institutions share responsibility for compliance and oversight to ensure good stewardship of federal funds. New sponsors to SFSP will receive 2 reviews in their first year of operation. After a complete application has been submitted and approved, the state agency will conduct the state agency will contact the sponsor and schedule and complete a pre-approval review before the first day of operation, and then return later in the summer for a first-year administrative review. As a result of the COVID-19 health crisis, these visits will be scheduled and performed remotely. A state agency's administrative review of sponsors will involve visits to the sponsor's office and 1 or more sites depending on the size of the program. Again, this year these will be done remotely. Reviews are designed to ensure that a sponsor's overall program is operating in accordance with SFSP requirements and to provide technical assistance to a sponsor if there are questions or issues about program operations. A state agency review of sites include observation of a meal service and record keeping at the site. A review at the sponsor level involves a review of the records maintained by the sponsor. All sponsors must make their records available for the state agency's reviews. All sponsors are subject to unannounced and announced reviews. Sponsors should notify site staff that the state agency may visit at any point throughout the summer. These are some of the areas covered during the state agency administrative review, taken directly from the state agency review forms. Reviewers will look at training documentation such as agendas and sign-in sheets, complete and up-to-date monitoring reports, checking to see that they are complete in the prescribed timeframes. Questions are filled out completely, and follow-up corrective action is completed and documented. Accurate site eligibility determination and corresponding documentation. Reviewers will also look at food service operations. They'll make sure that meals being served are previously approved. Meal count forms are on file for each site. For mobile sites, this means for each mobile stop. Each mobile stop in a mobile site is considered a separate site. Menus, recipes, and/or production records are on file. Meals meet meal pattern requirements. Reviews will ensure sponsors are running a nonprofit food service. We will assess expenses for line items entered in the budget. Costs outside of the line items in the budget will be disallowed until an updated budget is received. Remember, if you are overspent, it is not necessary to report all line items in the budget for SFSP expenses if you are only using reimbursement for food and labor, for example, since reimbursement may only be enough to cover those items. Claims will also be reviewed. Reviewers will verify 1 month's claim, including meal counts and expenses, such as receipts, timesheets, and utility bills. Claims for the 5 meal service days prior to the day of site review and the claim for the day of the site review. Any issues found in the verification of the chosen claim month may prompt review of other months or previous year claims. Civil rights. We will check to ensure that the and Justice for All posters are posted visibly in meal service areas and the sponsor's administrative office. Sponsors are collecting racial and ethnic data. All staff receive civil rights training and civil rights procedures are in place. Procurement. We will review the sponsor's procurement plan, quotes and formal procurements, and that annual purchase surveys are on file and as applicable. Conflict of interest policy and procedure to determine allowability of expenses. While there are other agencies responsible for conducting inspections and providing training on food safety and sanitation, the state agency must check to ensure that the standards set by the jurisdictional agencies are being met while reviewing sponsors' SFSPs. Here are some of the requirements the reviewer will cover while inspecting kitchens and food preparation areas. 1, who is the certified food production manager on staff? Do food workers have food worker cards? 2, does the kitchen have a food service permit and is it posted in a visible area in or near the kitchen? 3, has the site been inspected by a food safety agency in their area? Do they keep inspection records on file? 4, what is the staff policy regarding reporting illnesses and when they should be restricted from work? A perfect example of this would be a policy to follow if a staff member contracts COVID-19. Are proper hand washing practices and prevention of bare hand contact with ready-to-eat foods being exercised? 6, are the work surfaces and food service areas clean? 7, do cooks calibrate thermometers regularly? Is the food held and stored at the prescribed temperatures for that particular type of food? Last summer, the department reviewed 9 sponsors. The top 5 administrative review findings in 2020 were meal pattern requirements, meal count records, staff training, monitoring, and nonprofit food service. And here are some meal pattern requirement reminders. All meals served to all children must meet the meal pattern requirement in order for the meals to be reimbursable. We will be going over more about the meal pattern in the next section of the training. Also included in the supplemental materials that were emailed to all of you are items to help you navigate the meal pattern, like a SFSP menu planning template, a simplified summer meal pattern document, and the Exhibit A grains tool. Also, a cycle menu template is available to download from the CNP web. There are lots of resources out there to help you. Please use them. You can always contact us if you ever have any questions. Meal count records reminders. Meal count records are very important, and sponsors must ensure that their sites are maintaining accurate records. Accurate meal counts records should include a procedure for counting second meals. If you do not utilize the daily meal count form provided to you in your supplemental materials, there is also a copy in the SFSP Administrative Guide, Attachment 18. Then sponsors need to make sure their forms include a place to clearly document second meals, meals provided to program adults and non-program adults. Ensure the daily meal counts equal the consolidated monthly meal count records. Monitoring reminders. Be sure to schedule the site visits during open program operations and not during closed times like a holiday or weekend. Remember that first and fourth week site visits are required unless you have an approved waiver from the state agency for the first week site visit. Ensure that your site visit monitoring records have accurate information like the site name and address that was approved by the state agency to serve meals. The site name and address should be the same as the site name and address recorded in the CNP web. For monitors who run mobile sites, remember, each mobile site is considered a separate site, which means that each stop must have its own set of monitoring records. You may not lump all mobile stops onto one single site visit form. It is expected that if a mobile route has 4 stops, there will be 4 first week, 4 fourth week, and 4 racial ethnic data reports for that particular mobile route. Nonprofit food service reminders. Remember, if it's not in the SFSP budget, SFSP reimbursement funds cannot pay for it. Reimbursement funds may only pay for allowable costs. Included in your supplemental materials is a list of SFSP allowable expenses and required documentation. This is a handy guide that can help you determine what expenses are allowable for reimbursement with SFSP funding. Also, page 132 in the SFSP Administration Guide has a list of unallowable costs for which program funds may not be used. As a reminder, tips of any kind, entertainment, and funding costs are not allowable expenses. Corrective action. Any non-compliance with USDA regulations or policies will require corrective action, which can also be looked at as an excellent learning opportunity. A corrective action may result in disallowed meals, denied claims, a limitation on the number of sites allowed to participate, return of funds to the state agency, serious deficiency termination, and termination from the program. When the state agency finds violations during an administrative review, it will require the sponsor to correct the problems found. A corrective action summary, along with a plan for each finding, is left with the sponsor to complete along with any backup documentation requested. Corrective action must be submitted to the state agency within the prescribed timeframe stated on the corrective action summary. Generally, 2 weeks is the allowed timeframe. If any meal service violations are observed during a site review, all meals are disallowed. We do not have the ability to be flexible with this issue. The state agency will initiate a follow-up system to ensure that sponsors take the specific action for correcting violations. Sponsors may appeal state agency decisions, including denial of a request for advance payment, denial of a sponsor's claim for reimbursement, termination of a sponsor's or site's participation in SFSP, denial of a sponsor's application. The appeal rights handout in your supplemental materials has procedural details regarding appeal rights. And I don't know, Jennifer, or maybe Robin can speak up from TCB Consulting. Robin Tennille, are you here yet?
I'm not sure if she's on. I don't see her name.
Is she not on yet? I see her as a participant. Are you there, Robin?
She's in the chat box. She is. Let's see. Maybe she's muted.
I see that she's unmuted, but I don't hear her. Let's see. She's trying to unmute. Robin Tennille, she's from TCB Consulting, and she's a very experienced child nutrition program reviewer, and she's been working with the state of Alaska Child Nutrition Services for a few years. And I worked with her last year, and she's just lovely. And she was going to talk a little bit about how she does her administrative reviews and to maybe alleviate any fear that any of you have over an administrative review.
How about now, Rhonda? Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, Robin. Can everybody else
Yay.
hear Robin?
All right. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank all of you who are here for serving your communities through the summer program. I know it's a huge responsibility, and on behalf of the state agency, we all appreciate everything that you do every day to make sure that your children are fed healthy and delicious meals. So on my end, I know that the reviews can be scary, and it's usually just because we aren't familiar with the process. So we thought it would be helpful to briefly describe the process of what's to come today while we're gathered here. So the review begins with a site letter that announces the review and gives the sites that'll be reviewed. And it also has a checklist of items that are needed for the reviews. And that information will come to you by email. And we wanted to hold the letters until next week after we had this conversation. So you can look for your site selection letter / announcement letter to come next week. So the review, as Rhonda said, is virtual this year. So we'll work with each of you as your selected sponsor for each of you who are having the administrative review of your SFSP program to detail the exact process and timing of the different parts of the review. The letter, as I said, that'll come by email, will have a checklist and it will have deadlines for the documents that are to be provided and a procurement tool, which is a little bit different this year. So there's a lot of information that we'll request, and sometimes that overloads the capacity of an email account, whether it's your email account or whether it's our email account. So we found it useful to share a folder with you, and we can do that either through Google Drive or Dropbox, or if your system has another storage method that they'd like Office 365, we can also use that. And then another change that we'll be doing this year because of the virtual reviews is that we will be using Zoom for the day of review. It's been very, very successful in the NSLP administrative reviews that we've been doing so far this year. We do like to have a trial run prior to the actual day of review, and that's just to work out internet connection issues, to go over the review process, the schedule, and then also just to put a name with a face and actually meet you. So on the day of review, during that virtual review, we actually will be watching the meal service. It sounds a bit difficult, but I promise you the NSLP sponsors have been doing it for several weeks now. It's been very successful, and the only thing you need is a camera, an internet connection, and a really open mind. We've had a lot of fun doing them, and we found that the document reviews alone don't give the sponsors the opportunity to show off what your program really does. And with the virtual reviews, we get to build that relationship just like we would if we were on site, and we get to better understand your programs and how they operate. It also sets a time aside, a specific time for us to be able to work with you, that if there are any missing documents, then we'll be able to ask for those. It'll give you time to communicate any concerns that you have. It just aids the communication all around. So again, I do thank you for your support of your community and being open to a virtual review. And we look forward to working with all of you. And if anyone has any questions, Rhonda, I'll be happy to answer what I can. It is a lot of an open mind.
I don't see any questions, but it looks like Boys and Girls Club loved working with you last year.
And they have a wonderful program. My only sad part was that we didn't get to see their program as well, but they did invite me back.
Another trip to Alaska.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions. I really appreciate you taking the time, Robin. It's
Certainly.
helpful.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I would like to reiterate what Robin said about all of your service you've done for the child nutrition community and serving summer foods. You guys are really the unspoken heroes. And I can't imagine what it's like on your end. And you guys have done so much. And we really appreciate your service to Alaska. So thank you. I should have started off with that, but I was really excited about training. So thank you. We have just a little bit more to do before we hit the civil rights slides. We'll hit so serious deficiency. Here are a few examples of when the state agency can determine if a sponsor is seriously deficient. And while it's not an exhaustive list, some examples of serious deficiency include submission of false information to the state agency, when a sponsor's tax exempt status is revoked by the IRS, failure to correct program violations or repeat findings, failure to return any startup or advance payments which exceeded the amount earned, program violations at a significant proportion of the sponsor's sites, failure to maintain adequate records, failure to adjust meal count orders to conform to variations in the number of children participating, claiming meals not served to participating children, serving a significant number of meals which do not include all meal components, excessive instances of off-site meal consumption, which of course doesn't apply if you have a non-congregate waiver, continued use of SFNCs that are in violation of health codes. Serious deficiency determination is not an appealable action. These are very rare, but it's just to give you an idea of what happens if you have any of these violations, or maybe a combination thereof. And now we're on to the civil rights portion of the training. Let's just take a little break here. I'm going to run another PowerPoint slide that's narrated for civil rights, and it's about 45 minutes. So why don't, it's 10:57 now. Let's reconvene at about 11:02. Give you 5 minutes to get that drink of water and stretch, and then I will run the civil rights presentation. So see you in 5. I'm going to now start the civil rights slides, and it is narrated. And if you, we did a test run and most of us could hear it. Some of us couldn't hear it too well. So if you're having issues hearing it, just check the volume on your computer or your listening device, and hopefully that will help.
Rhonda, before you get started, there was a good question from Myra about if this satisfies the requirement for training. And I don't know if you saw that in the chat box. And I said, if they have staff working with the program who aren't attending, then they need to do civil rights for them as well.
Yeah, so there's the, this training that we're doing today will satisfy the sponsor level civil rights training requirement. But sponsors are still expected to provide civil rights training and how they have their own plans for civil rights violations within their program. So they will still have to provide civil rights training to their own site staff and monitors. Does that clarify your question, Myra? Or answer your question?
Not completely. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we would cover civil rights during our administrative and site staff training, but would everyone who is going to be in contact with children or families have to actually go through this civil rights training video as they have had to in the past, or at least I understood they did?
No. As long as you have civil rights training that's applicable to your staff and your program, that will be sufficient for your site staff, supervisors, and monitors.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You can't, and if you did not provide that civil rights training in your own sponsor level training, then you could send them to the department e-learning website for the civil rights training.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Hey, Rhonda, can I just jump in? This is Anne Marie.
Sure.
Just to reiterate that when they come to our website, it really is for the sponsor level. And so they need to know what your agency procedures are. So that's kind of how we ask, what's your procedures for if a family is complaining? And we don't answer that in the e-learning. You answer that at the sponsor level. So we still expect from all of our programs to see that you've trained your staff on your procedures.
Yeah. Thank you, Anne Marie. Okay, so I'm going to get into the civil rights slides here. Share the sound.
USDA Civil Rights Requirements in Child Nutrition Programs. This training presentation is developed and provided by the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development, updated March 2018. The session is
Sorry about that.
a review of USDA civil rights requirements for the Alaska Child Nutrition Programs, which includes the National School Lunch Program, Summer Food Service Program, Special Milk Program, and Child and Adult Care Food Program. There is now a standalone training session for the Emergency Food Assistance Programs. All child nutrition programs must comply with federal civil rights as a part of their permanent agreement with the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development. This training will first cover meal modifications and then address other programmatic requirements for civil rights compliance. There are several authorities that prohibit discrimination in the USDA FNS programs. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Civil Rights Restoration Act of 1987, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, the Americans with Disability Act of 1990, the ADA Amendments Act of 2008, Title IX of the Education Amendments Act of 1972, and the Age Discrimination Act of 1975. Additional authority for civil rights includes 7 CFR 15, which is USDA's implementing regulations for civil rights, Executive Orders 12250 for disabilities, and 13166 for limited English proficiency, 28 CFR Part 35 regarding non-discrimination on the basis of disability, Part 41, which requires the Department of Justice to coordinate the implementation of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act, and Part 42 regarding non-discrimination in federally assisted programs. USDA Department Regulations 4330-2 and USDA LEP Policy Guidance. There are several authorities that are program related, which also cite compliance with civil rights requirements. 7 CFR 210 for the National School Lunch Program, 215 for the Special Milk Program, 220 for School Breakfast Program, 225 for the Summer Food Service Program, 226 for the Child and Adult Care Food Program, 245 for Eligibility, 250 for USDA Foods, and 251 for the Emergency Food Assistance Program. We also have the Richard B. Russell National School Lunch Act of 1946, the Child Nutrition Act of 1966, FNS Instruction 113-1, and several meal modification memos. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act states that no qualified individual with a disability in the United States shall be excluded from, denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination in any program or activity that either receives federal financial assistance or is conducted by any executive agency of the United States. The ADA has similar language for non-discrimination requirements that prohibit exclusion, segregation, and unequal treatment for persons with disabilities. As previously stated, Title II prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability by public entities. Title III of the ADA prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability by public accommodations and commercial facilities, including private schools. Entities controlled by religious organizations, including places of worship, are not covered. The Individuals with Disabilities Act of 1990 as amended also governs the treatment of and responsibilities to children with disabilities. Administration is enforced by the U.S. Department of Education. The ADA Amendment Act of 2008 expanded and clarified the definition of disability. However, it did not change the expectation to provide a reasonable modification. The ADA did make very clear that the emphasis must be on providing a reasonable modification and that the disabled person does not carry a high burden of proving he or she has a disability. The ADA expanded and clarified the definition of disability. These changes were made in order to better demonstrate Congress's intent to restore the broad scope of the Americans with Disability Act, which is to make it easier for individuals to establish they have a disability. Under the Amendment Act, most physical and mental impairments constitute a disability. The ADA did not change the expectation to provide modification to the programs. Rather, it makes clear that the focus should be on what the entity can do to provide a reasonable modification, not on determining whether or not something constitutes a disability. An individual does not carry a high burden of proving they have a disability. The definition of a disability is a person with physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activities, a person who has a record of such an impairment, and a person who is regarded as having such an impairment. The ADA Amendment Act expanded the definition of disability by revising the definition of substantially limits to be interpreted more broadly in favor of more expansive coverage. The impairment does not need to prevent or severely restrict a major life activity. There's no blanket policy. The ADA Amendment Act clarifies that each individual needs an individualized assessment. What may work for one individual with a disability may not work for another. The fact that an individual uses things like hearing aids or medication which can mitigate the effects of their disability does not equate them to not having a disability. And if the impairment is episodic or in remission but would limit a major life activity if it were active, is still deemed a disability. The ADA Amendment Act further expanded the definition of a disability by adding a new category of major life activities. It was seeing, hearing, walking, speaking, learning, reading, eating, and breathing, but now includes major bodily functions such as digestive, immune, respiratory, circulatory, and neurological. If a food affects an individual's major bodily functions, according to the ADA Amendment Act, it is a disability. Civil rights requirements are intended to ensure the benefits of child nutrition programs are made available to all eligible participants in a non-discriminatory manner. All sponsors receiving federal monies must implement the civil rights requirements to be eligible for the program. Any entity receiving federal financial assistance is required to comply with this legislation, which includes the reimbursement child nutrition programs provides for meals served. Discrimination is defined as different treatment which makes a distinction of one person or group of persons from others, either intentionally, by neglect, or by the actions or lack of actions based on USDA defined protected classes, which includes race, color, national origin, age, sex, and disability. Types of disability discrimination can include discrimination because of the disability, such as denying benefits or opportunity to participate, segregating individuals with disabilities, aiding, perpetuating, or contracting with others that discriminate, failure to provide a reasonable modification, ineffective communications, and inaccessible facilities. Now we're going to take a closer look at meal modifications. USDA released a guidance entitled Modifications to Accommodate Disabilities in School Meal Programs on September 27, 2016. This covers the school programs such as the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast Program, Special Milk Program, and Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. This guidance is referenced for use in the Child and Adult Care Food Program and Summer Food Service Program by policy memo dated June 22, 2017. Modifications provide persons with disabilities an opportunity to participate in or benefit from the aid, benefit, or service that is equally afforded to others. USDA disability regulations specifically state that recipients must provide the aid, benefit, or service that is as equally effective in affording equal opportunity to obtain the same result, to gain the same benefit, or to reach the same level of achievement in the most integrated setting appropriate as that provided to others. Dialogue with the individual or family requesting modification. Always try to do something that is reasonable. Agencies may have to negotiate over the modification, but this means that simply saying no is almost never appropriate. This should not be an interrogation. Cooperative processes should be used to arrive at an agreed upon modification if possible. Agencies should not focus on whether a child has a disability, but on how to accommodate the student's needs. In regard to the medical statement, the modification requested should be related to the disability or the limitations caused by the disability. In other words, gluten-free options would not be a modification for lactose intolerance. The modification requested does not have to be the modification provided. An example for that is that a specific brand name requested does not have to be the product offered, so long as the product offered meets the needs of the modification. Providers must still accommodate even where the person requesting the modification believes that more should be done. There is only one exception. Modifications are not required that would fundamentally alter the nature of the program. The term fundamental alteration is not specifically defined in law. This exception is limited to very rare circumstances. Providers are advised to consult with the state agency before relying on this exception. An example might be if a child needs meals served at an alternate location. Key considerations on reasonable modifications. Consider the cost and resources as well as the age of the child. Consider stereotypes regarding certain conditions or individuals that should never be driving your decisions. One size does not fit all. Decisions must be based on fact. Meal accommodations do not need to mirror the meal or meal item substituted. For example, there is no pizza to pizza requirement. If a school or agency serves pizza Friday, but a student is allergic to cheese, a cheeseless pizza is not required, but a completely different item may be provided, such as a sandwich. And lifestyle choices, such as vegetarians, are not considered disabilities and need not be accommodated unless related to the underlying disability. CACFP regulations do allow for a parent to provide a substitution of a food item but not the whole meal. This could be used when a specific brand name is preferred by the family. NSLP and Summer Food Service Program regulations do not allow parents to provide a meal component to the reimbursable meal. A food allergy is an adverse health effect arising from a specific immune response that occurs upon exposure to a given food. Remember that the ADA Amendment Act expanded the definition of disability to include a person with a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more major life activity. Substantially limits does not have to be severe or restrictive. Universal exclusions of specific food or food groups is not a USDA F&S policy, but could be appropriate depending on the circumstances and is within the discretion of program operators. But program operators should strongly consider their ability to consistently maintain an allergen-free facility. Meal substitutions, which had been permissible, may be required if needed by a qualified person with a disability. Other effective methods to serve meals to a disabled person that provide him or her an equal opportunity to participate in or benefit from the program include that ensuring that food service areas are accessible. Provide auxiliary aids and services if needed. Examples include food service aids, adaptive feeding equipment, meal tracking assistance, and other effective methods. Schools and agencies need to select the least restrictive environment and most integrated setting possible, as is required in Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Decisions whether to separate a student with a food allergy depends on the age of the child. Are they mature enough to avoid food causing the allergic reaction? It is up to the provider to balance safety and stigma. Consider the severity of the allergy, which may outweigh the stigma. Food service providers are required to make meal modifications when supported by a medical statement which provides sufficient information about the impairment, how it restricts the diet, and how to accommodate the condition. If the form provides insufficient or unclear information, get clarification. However, you may not request medical charts or records. Clarification should not create unnecessary delay. Such a delay of modification can be characterized as harassment or denial of the meal accommodation request. Programs may, but need not, provide modification without a medical document if it's within the meal pattern requirement. So the medical statement components. If this is to accommodate a food allergy, the medical statement should indicate the food to be avoided, a brief explanation of how the food affects the child, and recommended substitutions. If substitutions are not included in the statement, do not deny the request, but seek additional information which can come from the parent or guardian. If the medical statement is for disability that does not contain a food allergy, it should contain the existence of a mental or physical impairment, the way in which the impairment impacts the student, and the modification needed. A medical statement is needed when a modification is made that does not meet the reimbursable meal pattern requirements. Though not required by USDA, it is advisable to document a child's special dietary need, even if it can be accommodated within the meal pattern requirements. For implementation and compliance, you want to develop procedures, train your staff, establish a 504 coordinator, which we'll talk more about later, and it's preferred to have a team, which includes your 504 coordinator, members of your school medical staff, if applicable, members of your food service staff, and the principal or program director. Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act requires that program operators with 15 or more employees designate a 504 coordinator. Some school districts may already have one. Others may rely on the special education director. Child and adult care food program and summer food service programs with 15 or more staff will need to designate a staff person. You can find a summary of 504 coordinator tasks in the USDA guidance on meal accommodations for schools. The school or agency must have procedural safeguards to include the process of providing notice, the process of requesting modification, the decision in writing, and the procedural rights. Procedural safeguards should also include an opportunity to examine the file and to file a grievance, an impartial hearing with parental participation and legal representation if desired, and review procedure. A sample grievance procedure is also available on our website. Now we'll discuss civil rights programmatic requirements. A civil rights assurance is incorporated in the permanent agreements between state agencies and sponsors. Similar assurances are required for child nutrition programs with unaffiliated sites. Those are primarily Child and Adult Care Food Program and Summer Food Service Program, and with food service vendors. The assurance is to attest that child nutrition programs, sites, vendors will all operate in compliance with non-discrimination laws, regulations, instructions, policies, and guidelines. See FNS Instruction 113 and FNS 74 for program-specific assurance language. These assurances are binding on the program applicant and its successors, transferees, and assignees, as long as they receive assistance or retain possession of any assistance from USDA. All USDA FNS assistance program must include a public notification system. These include program availability, which informs applicants, participants, and potentially eligible persons of their program rights and responsibilities and the steps necessary for participation. It includes complaint information, which advises applicants and participants at the service delivery point of their right to file a complaint, how to file a complaint, and the complaint procedures, and a non-discrimination statement. All information, materials, and sources, including websites used by state agencies, local agencies, and other subrecipients to inform the public about FNS programs, must contain the non-discrimination statement. The statement is not required to be included on every page of a website, but at a minimum, the non-discrimination statement or a link must be provided on the home page of the program information. State agencies and subrecipients must make program information available to the public upon request, prominently display the Injustice for All poster, provide information to potentially eligible persons, applicants, participants, and grassroots organizations of programs or changes in programs, convey the message of equal opportunity in all photo and other graphics that are used to provide program or program-related information, and provide information in alternative formats for persons with disabilities and in the appropriate languages for limited English proficient persons. This slide shows the long version of the non-discrimination statement. The long version must be included on all written materials longer than one page, front and back, which mentions USDA or the nutrition programs. At a minimum, the non-discrimination statement should be on application forms, notifications of eligibility or ineligibility, notice of adverse action, program web pages, and program information including program literature. For small items where you may not have enough room, you may use the mini statement. This institution is an equal opportunity provider. This must be in font size no smaller than the text on the document, and you may substitute the word institution for the name of your agency or school. The non-discrimination statement should be on enrollment forms, menus, employee handbooks, newsletters, brochures, parent handbooks, print or broadcast advertisements, flyers, and websites. The non-discrimination poster and Justice for All must be placed in a prominent location for all to view. We are now using the green poster. If the poster you have on site does not look like this, please contact our offices for a new poster. Complaints of discrimination. All complaints should be accepted and forwarded to USDA or to the state agency. Complaints must be filed within 180 days of the alleged act of discrimination. They may be written, verbal, or anonymous. Agencies may develop their own complaint form, but use of such a form cannot be a prerequisite for accepting a complaint. A civil rights complaint log should be maintained by the state and the subrecipient agency. Confidentiality is extremely important and must be maintained. Complaints should include the name, address, and phone number of the complainant, the location and name of the organization or office, the nature of the incident or action, the name, title, and business address of persons who may have knowledge of the discriminatory action, the date or dates for which the alleged discriminatory action occurred, and the basis for the alleged discrimination. A sample complaint form can be found on our website. All child nutrition programs must train frontline staff on civil rights. These are staff who interact with applicants or participants. The frontline staff must be able to identify a civil rights complaint, understand it is the basic right of an individual to file a complaint, and understand and follow the procedures. Staffers should receive training on all aspects of civil rights complaints, including the collection and use of data, effective public notification systems, complaint procedures, compliance review techniques, resolution of noncompliance, requirements for reasonable accommodations for persons with disabilities, requirements for language assistance, and conflict resolution and customer service. Sponsors must collect and record racial and ethnic data for participants at all sites on an annual basis. An important point to make is that it is optional for participants to provide you with racial and ethnic information. However, it is a requirement for sponsors to collect and maintain racial and ethnic data on an annual basis. Racial and ethnic data collection is a two-step process. Separate categories will be used when collecting and reporting race and ethnicity of participants. You may collect this information either from enrollment records or actual attendance. It is recorded from a specific point in time, for instance 1 day or 1 month, depending on what information you have available to you. Ethnicity will be determined first and racial designation second. Step 1. Ethnic information will be determined. For each participant, determine if they are Hispanic or Latino or not Hispanic or Latino. The second step is to determine one or more racial designations. Participants may be considered in one or more of these categories. Racial and ethnic data may be collected on sponsor intake forms, confidential income statements, or can be collected using a visual identification method. When using visual identification, review the category definitions and make the determination to the best of your ability. Recipients of federal financial assistance have a responsibility to take reasonable steps to ensure meaningful access to their programs and activities by persons with limited English proficiency, or LEP. We have a responsibility to take reasonable steps to ensure meaningful access to our programs. Factors to consider in determining what is reasonable: the number of LEP individuals, the frequency of contact with the programs, the nature and importance of the programs, resources available. For more information on LEP, please go to www.lep.gov. Alternative means for communication of program information, such as Braille, large print, audio tape, etc., should contact USDA's Target Center at 202-720-2600. Equal opportunities are afforded for religious organizations. This ensures that equal participation of faith-based organizations and other community organizations have access to USDA programs. This is accomplished by prohibiting discrimination, allowing religious organizations to retain independence and display religious art, icons, scriptures, or other religious symbols, and ensuring that no discrimination against a program beneficiary is made based on the religion or religious belief. There are 4 different types of compliance reviews conducted by child nutrition programs: the pre-award for new programs, the routine compliance review during your regular administrative review, for NSLP, a review of on-site review summary form, which is submitted annually to our offices by February 15th, and a special compliance review only occurs as a result of complaints received. Links to this training, guidance, forms, and policy memos can be found on our website. As well, here is the website for the USDA Office of Civil Rights. This concludes the Civil Rights Training for Alaska Child Nutrition Programs. Please feel free to contact our offices if you have any questions.
Everybody here with us still? You got to see the civil rights training? And now you can see the PowerPoint back for civil rights and the Injustice for All training. Can you all see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yep.
Great, thanks. Well, that wasn't as long as I thought it would be. I thought it would be about 45 minutes. So we'll continue on a little bit with civil rights here. And just some reminders. All sponsors must inform potential participants of the availability of SFSP. In addition, all sponsors and sites are required to display the current and Justice for All poster in the mail service area and administrative office in a prominent place. The poster must be 11 by 17. And note that the current poster is no longer the one with the Statue of Liberty, and the new image reflects the American flag and the Department of Agriculture building. And if you need any Injustice for All posters, let us know. We can mail those to you. Sponsors must take reasonable steps to ensure meaningful access to services for limited English proficient persons. They must make reasonable modifications to ensure individuals with disabilities have equal access. They must include the non-discrimination statement and instructions for filing a complaint in their public release and any other program information directed to parents and potential participants of SFSP. This includes websites and church newsletters. Ensure that all children have equal access to services and facilities at the site, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. And that all meals are served to all attending children, regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. Sponsors that provide civil rights to their staff will need to include civil rights on their agenda and staff training sign-in sheets. This documentation will be verified during review. Sponsors and staff completing the DEED Civil Rights e-learning course will need to print and date the training certificate that is offered at the end of the training course. This documentation will be verified during a review. Civil rights training is important because sponsors should have a procedure for civil rights complaints and how to follow up on them. And staff should know what to do when they receive a civil rights complaint, because they really do happen. Here are a couple other programs that are available to sponsors. We have the Special Milk Program and the CACFP At-Risk After School Meals Program. For Special Milk Program, sponsors may elect to operate the SFSP at some other sites while operating the Special Milk Program at other sites. A single site cannot participate in both for the same meal. Reimbursement for milk served at average cost in your area. CACFP at-risk after-school meals. SFSP sponsors are ideal candidates for administering at-risk programs at sites that are area eligible using 50% or greater free and reduced rate data. Reimbursement at the free rate for each meal and snack served outside school hours. And Anne Marie Martin is online if you have any questions about the CACFP. And now we have our last trivia break for you to drop some knowledge before we head off to lunch. Jennifer, you want to get that last trivia points up?
Pull that up.
All right, trivia break number 3. Go for it.
All right, 10 more seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see the results.
All right, here's our poll results. We'll see how you did with this last polling before our lunch break. I think there were only 4 questions for us to check our knowledge. Number 1, only monitors must have civil rights training. And that is 100% right, you guys. Everybody guessed false. Any staff working with SFSP must receive civil rights training. Pre-operational and first week site visits may be waived for returning sites. True, as long as the site has no operational problems in the last year. 3, the site supervisor can also be the monitor for some sites, for the same site, as long as they are not completing the meal counts. This is kind of tricky, but for number 3, the answer is false. Monitors must be removed from daily site operations, but site supervisors can monitor other sites, just not their own. Number 4, the non-discrimination statement is required for agency website and newsletters, public release, income eligibility forms, and all of the above. And again, we get 100% right. Again, it's all of the above. Thanks. Thanks, Jen, for posting those polls.
Yeah.
I have a little bit of a break in the training to do those, and I like to see how everybody's answering those. So this is it. We ended a little bit early before noon, and we can have our lunch break now. I'm going to stop sharing this because we're done with that. So if everybody wants to take their lunch break now, and we'll meet back at 1 o'clock. And I will be at my desk having my lunch. If you care to have a chat or have any questions, feel free to ask. Go for the chat box. I'm going to grab some lunch too, but I'll be back at this desk before 1. So feel free to ask any questions. Happy to help.
There was one question, Rhonda, that came through, I think, about 504 certification. And so I can pull up resources that we provide to people, like what are the requirements of a 504 coordinator? And that's the person, if you have more than 15 employees, you got to have a coordinator. And so that kind of came up in CSAP. So I'll go through and look and see if I can find that and send it over to you.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Anne Marie.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's a good question.
Because there's not really a certification, but there's information.
Right. It's not like a technical certification, but they do need to have a designated person, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. See, any other questions am I missing? I should go back to the chat.
That's the only question we had.
What's that, Jen?
That was the only question we had.
Okay, great. All right, we'll see everybody in an hour and 20 minutes. To ask questions along the way or put them in the chat box. I'm going to share my screen now and start the slideshow. Hopefully everybody can see that. All right.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. And as I have my notes on one page and the slides on the other page or screen, I can't really see the chat box. So Jennifer will have to be replying and monitoring the chat box as we go through today's or this afternoon's portion. So this module here will focus on the meal service aspect of the program. In this training, we will cover 2 parts of the meal service: menus and menu pattern requirements and site operations. In menus and meal pattern requirements, we will discuss pre-operational requirements, food and safety sanitation, meal prep, meal pattern requirements, meal components, cycle menus versus production records, recipes, combination foods, CN labels and product formulation statements, special needs. And in the site operations, we will talk about types of meal service, congregate feeding, point of service and daily meal counts, non-reimbursable meals, adult meals, leftover meals, and then additional resources for y'all. Pre-operational requirements. Before a summer food service program site can begin serving meals, all pre-operational food safety requirements and precautions must be taken, including site staff, sponsor administrative staff, and monitor training is completed prior to site operations, which we discussed earlier today. As discussed in the administrative basics portion of this training, all new sites and sites with problems in the previous year must receive a pre-operational site visit as part of the SFSP monitor requirements, and notifying the appropriate health authority in writing of all sites and comply with all food safety and sanitation regulations. Food safety and sanitation. Food safety and sanitation regulations are regulated by two different agencies depending on the sponsor and site location. Anchorage is regulated by the Municipality of Anchorage, or MOA, and all other areas of Alaska are regulated by the Department of Environmental Conservation, or DEC. Sponsors must notify the MOA or DEC of all prospective sites, secure a food service permit, and keep inspections on file prior to food service operations. All food workers must have their food workers cards, which can be obtained online at the responsible agency's websites, either through the MOA or Alaska DEC. At least one staff member must be certified in food protection management, and these classes and proctors are listed on the DEC website. Some basic reminders, which are covered in more detail through food safety training, include avoid handling ready-to-eat foods with bare hands and ensure proper glove use procedures are followed. Food temperature safe zones are adhered to. The holding temperature of hot food is 135 degrees Fahrenheit or above, and for cold foods, it is 41 degrees Fahrenheit or below, and leftovers must be reheated to at least 165 degrees Fahrenheit. The only instances when a sponsor would be exempt from food service permitting, inspections, and obtaining food workers cards is if the sponsor procures meals through a food service management company or FSMC or vendor, or if they purchase shelf-stable meals which require no cooking, slicing, or temperature control. Vendors and FSMCs are still required to follow food safety and sanitation regulations. However, and sponsors must still ensure that FSMCs and vendors receive periodic and required health and safety inspections. Meal preparation. After the kitchen is permitted and pre-operational requirements have been met, a sponsor either prepares their own meals or purchases them directly through a vendor. This is typically decided at the administrative level, but it is important to distinguish for site operators. Self-prep. Sponsors prepare and assemble their own meals at each site location or at a central kitchen, depending on the facilities available at their sites. Sponsors that choose this option have maximum control over the quality of preparation. All self-prep sponsors will receive the higher administrative reimbursement rate. Vended. Sponsors purchase meals from a school or caterer. Sponsors must enter into an agreement with the vendor or school food authority. A copy of the vended meal agreement, contract, or agreement to furnish food from a school food authority must be submitted with your application. Vended sites located in Anchorage will receive the lower administrative reimbursement rate.
Rhonda, we had some people trying to follow along with their manual. Can you tell them where they can follow along?
Let's see, right now, try admin guide, page 7778.
Thank you.
Sure, actually, I will go to my manual too. If we're talking about the admin guide manual, that's what we're following. So the meal stuff starts chapter 4 and page 57. And then there's some more vended meal information within the procurement section, which is chapter 6, and it starts on page 83, if that's helpful.
Great, thank you.
Sure. What slide am I at? Got that one. Okay. FSMCs. Food service management companies or FSMCs. Sponsors may purchase unitized meals through a FSMC. A FSMC is a commercial enterprise or nonprofit organization with which a sponsor may contract for preparing unitized meals with or without milk for the use in the program or for managing a sponsor's food service operations. A unitized meal is a meal in which the meal components, except milk or juice, are portioned, packaged, delivered, and served as a unit. Milk or juice, which may be packaged and provided separately, must be served with the meal unit, and only such complete meals are reimbursable. Remember, a copy of the FSMC contract must be submitted with your application. If you plan on using a If you plan on using a food service management company, it is highly recommended that you complete the e-learning course, Procurement Training Food Service Management Companies. While this is not a requirement, sponsors are required to follow federal purchasing regulations and requirements, and the e-learning course is a great resource to become familiar with FSMC requirements. As mentioned in the previous slide, sponsors of sites using FSMCs in urban areas will receive the lower reimbursement rate. Meal pattern requirements. The SFSP meal pattern enables sponsors to serve meals that are appealing and consistent with the dietary guidelines for Americans modeled in the USDA My Plate campaign, which replaced the food guide pyramid in 2010. The SFSP meal pattern requirements establish the minimum portions of the various food components that must be served to each child in order for the participating sponsor to receive reimbursement for each meal. Let's define some key terms we will be using throughout the training. A food component. A food component is one of the food groups that comprise a reimbursable meal, similar to the old term food group. Food components are milk, vegetables and fruit, grains and breads, and meat alternatives, which include cheese, eggs, and nuts. A food item is a specific food offered within a food component group. Example, 1/2 serving of peaches and pears are 2 food items that comprise one component, the fruit and vegetables component. A creditable food item is a food item that meets dietary guidelines according to the Food Buying Guide for child nutrition programs. The Food Buying Guide is a resource used for all child nutrition programs to determine the specific contribution each food makes towards the meal pattern requirements. The Food Buying Guide also helps sponsors calculate and buy the right amount of food and the appropriate type of food for a recipe. You can find more information about food crediting, and the link is on the slide. So there is a link to the Food Buying Guide. Get used to it, get familiar with it. It has a little bit of a learning curve to be super proficient, but the Institute of Child Nutrition, ICN, has some great training on how to use a Food Buying Guide and how to use all aspects of the Food Buying Guide. And it's a great resource, and especially if you are doing homemade recipes from scratch, they have a recipe analysis workbook that you will need to use to analyze your recipes to make sure all the credible food items are in your menu and in your recipes. So I would recommend going there as soon as possible and becoming familiar with this site. Here is an example of a simplified summer meal pattern. This is also included with your supplemental materials. Also refer to attachment 3, page 154 in the SFSP administration guide. This meal pattern chart shows the required food components and the minimum required serving sizes for each food component for breakfast, lunch, supper, and snacks. And you'll see that lunch and supper is in the same column because they have the same requirements. Looking at the chart, you will see components in the column on the left and meal types in the row across the top. In SFSP, there are 4 component groups. Let's first look at meal types: breakfast, lunch, or supper, and snacks. You will see that for breakfast, you need to select foods from 3 of the 4 required components. Lunch and supper are listed together because they have the same meal pattern. Now look at the snack column. Note that for snack, you get to choose 2 out of the 4 components. So for snack, you only need 2 out of these 4 food components. For breakfast, you need 3 out of the 4. And then lunch or supper, you need all 4. So for breakfast, you actually need milk, vegetables and fruits, and grains and breads. The meat and meat alternate is not required. It's optional. And if you do serve it, it's considered an extra. Meal pattern adjustments. Some sites may have a wide range of ages or a concentration of one particular age group that sponsors must tailor their portion sizes in accordance with SFSP requirements. Infant meals, which are 0 to 11 months. Because an infant's dietary needs are based on individual development and may be more complicated than those for toddlers and older children, sponsors must receive prior approval from the state agency to serve meals to infants. All meals served to infants must comply with infant meal pattern requirements in section 226.20b of the CACFP regulations. There is an e-learning course available on this topic. For children ages 1 through 6, smaller portions are allowed and sponsors should follow CACFP portion sizes for this age group. For children ages 12 through 18, larger portions allowed and sponsors should follow CACFP portion sizes for adults. For sponsors of CACFP or NSLP, school food authorities have the option to use the NSLP or SFSP meal pattern. CACFP sponsors have the option to use CACFP or SFSP meal pattern. And just as a heads up, both the NSLP and CACFP meal patterns have more dietary specifications, but are still within the SFSP meal pattern. Breakfast. Breakfast requires that 3 of the 4 food components be served. A meat or meat alternate food component is optional. The other 3 food components are required in order for the meal to be reimbursable. These are milk, fruit and/or vegetables, and grains. Use the Exhibit A grains tool provided in your supplemental materials to determine that your grain serving meets the minimum requirements. At least 1 fruit or vegetable must be served, or a combination of both. Serving a meat or meat alternate is optional and does not count towards meeting the meal pattern requirements for breakfast. So for milk, it's 1 cup or 8 fluid ounces. Vegetable is half a cup. And then grains, it depends on what grains you serve, but it could be 1 slice of bread or 3/4 cup of cold cereal. And that's where the Exhibit A grains tool comes in handy. Lunch or supper. At lunch or supper, all 4 components are required to be served for the meal to be reimbursable. The fruit and vegetable component must contain 2 different items, such as peaches and pears or apples and carrots. Apples and applesauce are considered 2 of the same item, so consider swapping out the apple for sugar snap peas or carrots. So again, it's 1 cup or 8 fluid ounces of milk. And the meat alternate, for lean meat, it's 2 ounces of lean meat, 1 large egg, or half a cup of dried beans or peas. Fruit and vegetables out, let's see, I was gonna bring this out. Fruit and vegetables is 3/4 cup. And again, it must be 2 different items. And the grains, again, it depends on what grains you serve, but it can be 1 slice of bread, 3/4 cup is cold cereal, half a cup of cooked pasta, or 1 ounce of crackers. And attachment 3 in your administrative guide has more of a breakdown on the serving sizes for the different types of grains and meat alternates. Kind of looks like this. I use it all the time. Snacks. Snacks must include at least 2 of the 4 components for the meal to be reimbursable. So any two of these 4 can be a snack, a reimbursable snack. And the milk, as you might have noticed, is always 8 ounces minimum. Milk is a required component at breakfast, lunch, and supper. It may be one of the 2 components served at snack. The required amount is 8 fluid ounces. Allowable milk options include unflavored or flavored milk, fat-free, low-fat, reduced fat, and whole milk, lactose-reduced or lactose-free, and acidophilus milk. Milk substitutions. For children with disabilities, medical, or special dietary needs related to milk, school food authorities may serve approved milk substitutes that meet USDA nutrient requirements. A medical statement signed by a recognized medical authority must be on file. There will be more on special needs and child nutrition later in the training. For non-SFA sponsors, milk substitutions are only permitted for those children with an identified medical need, in which case substitutions are required as long as there is a signed medical statement on file. At this time, sponsors following the SFSP meal pattern may only serve non-dairy beverages in place of fluid milk and a reimbursable meal when it is supported by a medical statement signed by a licensed physician or healthcare professional. Sponsors must ensure the milk substitutions meet the required nutrition standards. And here is a slide with the substitute nutrition standards. And if you ever need a copy of this, just let us know and we can send this to you.
Can I jump in just for a sec, Rhonda?
Absolutely.
On the milk, because there's always so many questions about milk substitutions. So that list that USDA provided is a good list, but you're not normally going to find the label on the back of the carton that has all of those items. It'll be missing items. And now they're labeled differently. And so there's a couple of them. I think it's a vitamin A. I can't remember the other one. It might be vitamin B12 that are labeled differently on the cartons. And if you find one that you think you want, we've got information on how you calculate what's on the label to what our requirements are. And it's a math assignment. And so if you find one and we give you the math assignment, you still think it's creditable, then you'll want to put it by Rhonda or Jennifer or myself to make sure, because we kind of double check. Right now, the only ones that are credible are soy products, and there's only specific soy ones that meet these requirements. USDA does know that this is a little conundrum for us all, because it's really nice to be able to look at the back of a carton. So we just keep hoping that we're going to get information, but then the COVID happened. And so this year we haven't gotten anything that we kind of expected, but they do know that this is really challenging. And we do research. So we have done research on a lot of milks out there that you might think are credible, but they usually aren't. That's why we have such a limited list of soy beverages. But the first thing that you would look at, and what I tell folks, if you want one that looks, the kid likes it, this is the only one they like. The first thing is look at the protein. And if it doesn't have 8 grams of protein, then don't even look for all the other stuff. So you're not going to find 8 grams of protein in rice milk. You're not going to find it in hemp milk. You're probably not going to find it in oat milk. So that's the easiest one. If it doesn't have 8 grams, then you're wasting your time and researching the others. And if you've got questions, just send it to us. We do a lot of individual back and forth when people have other milks that they want to use.
Great, thanks, Anne Marie.
Mhm.
I got this revised slide from USDA not too long ago, but I didn't know about the vitamin A or the vitamin D in the measurement piece.
Yeah, I'll go back and look at my CSAP stuff and make sure, because I haven't sent it to CSAP folks. So I'll just make sure that our numbers are the same. Maybe they updated and I didn't know that. So you got it recently. It's either what they have on file or maybe they updated. So I'll check.
Yeah, and I think they took it from a CACFP document, I think, too.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables are a required component at breakfast and lunch or supper. For lunch or supper, serve 2 or more different kinds of vegetables and fruits at each meal. The fruit and vegetable component may be one of the 2 components at snack. Up to 1/2 of the total requirement may be met with 100% juice. Dried fruit is credited based on volume served. So 1/4 cup of dried apricots equals 1/4 cup of fresh apricots. Some examples of fruits and vegetables to be served include raisins over oatmeal, fresh apples and fresh carrots, mixed cooked vegetables such as broccoli and cauliflower, or beans and chili. So at breakfast, you need 1/2 cup. Lunch or supper, you need 3/4 cup, and it must be 2 different types. And snack, you need 3/4 cup. Grains and breads. Grains and breads are a required component at breakfast and lunch or supper, and it may be one of the 2 components chosen at snack. Grains and breads must be made with whole grains or enriched grains. Make sure to check that the first ingredient is either whole grain or enriched, or that it is listed second after water. So here's some examples of the food component. So bread, 1 slice, rolls or muffins, 1 serving, cold dry cereal, 3/4 cup or 1 ounce, cooked pasta, 1/2 cup, cooked cereal, 1/2 cup. That's for breakfast. And then there's, looks like it's all the same all the way across. Here are some examples of creditable grain and bread items on the first page of the Exhibit A Grains tool from the Food Buying Guide. There is also a copy of Exhibit A in your supplemental materials. There are 2 pages and 9 groups, A through I, of grain types with the amount required to meet the meal pattern. Remember that each grain item may have a different required amount, as clearly identified in Exhibit A. This is a great tool, so I suggest you guys use it. You kind of have to use it to determine your minimum serving size depending on the grain. So for group B, there's bagels and biscuits and pizza crust and pita bread and tortilla chips, and it has the ounce equivalent and then the minimum serving size for that group. And then minimum serving requirements vary by grain type and are measured in grams or ounces. We will refer to grain bread servings just as 1 serving for the rest of the training due to the variation in the minimum required measurements. Please note that the minimum serving size in Exhibit A should be followed, not the recommended serving size on the package, as the amounts may differ. Remember to keep labels of all grain items served in your meal service to document compliance with the whole grain or enriched requirements. Here is an example of a grain label from a box of cereal. You'll notice that the serving size is 3/4 cup, which is the minimum required amount to be served to meet the meal pattern. Additionally, the first ingredient is whole grain, which meets the whole grain or enriched requirement. Examples of foods that are creditable towards the grains component include whole wheat meal or whole wheat flour, brown rice, rolled oats, whole corn, enriched grains, bran or germ, corn masa, masa harina, and hominy. Meat and meat alternates. Meat and meat alternates are required components at lunch or supper. They may be one of the 2 components chosen at snack. It's optional at breakfast. Meat or meat alternates do not count as one of the 3 required components at breakfast and are considered an extra item. Some examples of meat or meat alternates include beef, pork, chicken, or fish, cheese, eggs, cooked dried beans or peas, peanut or other nut butters, nuts and seeds, or yogurt. And then here on the slide, you can see for breakfast, lunch, or supper, and snack, the minimum requirements. So if you have cheese at breakfast, well, I guess that would be an optional item. So at lunch or supper, you need 2 ounces of cheese or 1 large egg. And this is an important one to note for peanut butter. And I think I mentioned it later as well, because there's a lot of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches out there. In order to be creditable for this meal, lunch, or supper, you need 4 tablespoons of peanut butter, which is kind of a lot for a sandwich. So maybe you'll need to augment that meat or meat alternate food component with some cheese or yogurt. I tried to put 4 tablespoons on a sandwich once. It was a lot. It's a lot of peanut butter.
If we were in person, I've done that in training where I have people make a sandwich with 1 slice of bread and 4 tablespoons of peanut butter. And you visually can see it. Like, okay, this isn't going to work. What they typically do is over bread. And they say, I put 4 tablespoons in a whole slice or 2 slices of bread to get the peanut butter. But if the child only has the required grain, they're not going to get the required meat alternate.
More on meat alternates. Nuts and seeds may only fulfill half of the meat or meat alternate requirement. The required amount of peanut butter is 4 tablespoons, equal to 2 ounces of meat or meat alternate, which is usually too much for a sandwich or even for dipping fruit or celery into. The recommendation is to use 2 tablespoons on a sandwich and serve another meat or meat alternate on the side, such as a hard-boiled egg or string cheese, or another 2 tablespoons of nut butter in a small cup for dipping fruit and veggies. Use lunch meat sparingly due to the high processed and high sodium content. And also luncheon meat or deli meats like ham, turkey, pastrami, and salami that are listed in the food, only luncheon meats or deli meats like ham, turkey, pastrami, and salami that are listed in the food buying guide or have a child nutrition label or CN label or have a product formulation statement signed by the manufacturer are creditable. Deli meats with added liquids, binders, or extenders credit based on the percentage of meat in the product formula. A 1 ounce serving of these products do not credit as 1 ounce of the meat or meat alternate component. The crediting depends on the amount of meat per serving, excluding the added ingredients. For example, 1 brand of deli meat might require 1.6 ounces to credit as 1 ounce of meat or meat alternate component, while another brand might require 2.3 ounces to credit as 1 ounce of meat or meat alternate component. When in doubt, consider using 100% meat in your meal service as 1 ounce of 100% meat credits as 1 ounce of the meat or meat alternate component. So this is kind of a biggie, because I know a lot of people serve like ham sandwiches, ham and cheese sandwiches, or turkey and cheese sandwiches. So they just have to be aware if you're doing any kind of a deli meat that's not 100% meat, you will need a child nutrition or CN label or a product formulation statement from the manufacturer. Cottage or ricotta cheese must be served in twice the amount of regular cheese. For example, 2 ounces of cottage cheese is only equal to 1 ounce of the meat alternate requirement. Serving additional foods. In addition to the foods required in the SFSP meal pattern, other foods may also be served at meals. Serving additional foods can be beneficial for 2 reasons. First, additional foods such as topping, condiments, and spreads like honey, jam, mayonnaise, ketchup, salad dressing, or butter may improve the taste of the meal. Second, additional foods can provide extra calories and energy to help satisfy children's appetites. If chosen wisely, additional foods can also increase the variety of nutrients offered, such as extra vegetables, fruit, or whole grains. For more information about serving additional foods, please see SFSP Policy Memo 06-2012. Special needs and child nutrition. So now we're at the admin guide, page 59 and 60. And if you happen to have the nutrition guide, page 18 through 20. All child nutrition program operators, including SFSP and SSO sponsors, are required to make reasonable modifications to the meals and snacks they serve or to the meal service to accommodate children with disabilities. These modifications are made on a case-by-case basis. In some cases, disabilities can be accommodated with little extra expense or difficulty. Additionally, they can often be managed within the SFSP meal pattern requirements. For example, if a child is allergic to strawberries, the sponsor may serve that child an orange instead and still meet the fruit vegetable requirement. Modified meals that meet the meal pattern requirements do not need to be supported by a medical statement in order to be reimbursable. If a meal modification does not meet the meal pattern requirements, it must be supported by a medical statement that is signed by a licensed physician or licensed healthcare professional who is authorized to write medical prescriptions under state law. A medical statement is required to justify that the modified meal is reimbursable. The medical statement should include a sufficient description of the child's impairment to allow the sponsor to understand how it restricts the child's diet. It should also include a description of what the sponsor must do in order to accommodate the disability. This may include what foods should be served or omitted and recommendations for alternative foods or other information as needed. Sponsors are not required to provide the exact substitution or other modification that is requested. However, they must work with the child's parent or guardian to offer a reasonable modification that effectively accommodates the child's disability. Sponsors may consider expense and efficiency when choosing the most appropriate approach to accommodate a child's disability. Sponsors are not required to make modifications that would result in a fundamental alteration in the nature of the program. Dietary preferences. While sponsors are not required to make food substitutions based solely on a parents, guardians, or a child's personal or taste preferences, such as vegetarian diets, they are highly encouraged to do so within the meal pattern requirements. The SFSP meal patterns allow for a variety of food items within each required food component and are flexible and adaptable enough to accommodate dietary preferences, such as religious food restrictions or vegetarian diets. Menu planning. Menu planning is an important part of meal service preparations. Meals served along with quantities must be documented in one of two ways. Cycle menus, which can be planned out for 1 or more weeks with components and amounts to be served. Cycle menus must have recipes on file, and it should be noted which kind of recipe is being used on the menu. And 2, production records are not an additional requirement if a sponsor is already using cycle menus, but may be used in lieu of cycle menus to document meals served and the amounts of each component. A best practice is to use both cycle menus and production records to help track inventory and production and reduce waste. Cycle menus help prevent excessive inventory by using standardized recipes that efficiently utilize food items in standardized sizes and amounts. And production records also provide the benefit of reducing waste by tracking the participation of children at the meal service, and both are great planning tools for purchasing food and planning menus ahead of time. Here is a 1-week cycle menu for a site serving breakfast and lunch. Note the legend on the bottom left showing if the recipe is homemade or standardized using USDA or the Alaska Recipe Book Make It Local recipes. Coding your menus like this will make it easier for cooks, sponsors, and reviewers to navigate your menus and ensure meal pattern compliance. Remember that all recipes must be kept on file, whether they are homemade with analysis or standardized like the USDA or Make It Local recipes. Resources and links for recipes are on the next 2 slides. So down here it has HM for homemade with documented recipe analysis. And when we do a review, we will check for these. And it says D40 is a USDA recipe. They have since renamed this. So this is an old sample. So there's no longer a D40. They actually say what this is, like chicken fajitas. And then MIL, Make It Local recipe. And you'll see that there is the short non-discrimination statement down here. USDA is an equal opportunity provider. Let's see, what else does it say? What else is it? Hot or cold, variety of fresh and packaged items. Components are separated, which is really important and really helpful. And the working menu changes noted. So on this Wednesday, for breakfast, they didn't have Make It Local banana muffins, so they served half a bagel instead. So anytime you have a substitution, it needs to be documented. Recipes, standardized versus homemade. There are two different types of recipe classification: standardized recipes and homemade recipes. Standardized recipes are recipes that are already analyzed, show the amount of each component creditable per serving, reflect consistent food quality and predictable yield, offer cost control for labor and food, and provide for inventory control. Homemade recipes must be analyzed and documented in files. Meals and recipes without recipes and accurate recipe analysis on file will not be creditable or reimbursable. Here's an example of a USDA standardized recipe for crunchy Hawaiian chicken wraps from the Recipe for Healthy Kids cookbook for schools. And then there's a link on the next slide for that. You'll notice that there are recipes for 50 servings or 100 servings, right here and right here. The directions include portion sizes, portion filling with the number 6 scoop, which is 2/3 of a cup. It's a portion. There is also a helpful notes section with preparation suggestions like may prepare filling 1 day ahead for flavors to blend. Lastly, and most importantly, the serving yield is noted. 1 wrap or 2 halves provides 2 ounce equivalent meat, 1/2 cup vegetable, and 1 3/4 ounce equivalent grains. The grain component is the tortilla, and by using Exhibit A grains tool, we see that Group B lists tortillas and 1 ounce equivalent equals 1 serving. To be a fully creditable lunch or supper meal, the sponsor would need to serve another 1/4 cup of fruit or vegetable and 8 ounces of milk. So standardized recipes already have the work done for you. They've already analyzed the recipe. They have all the ingredients listed. If sponsors do use standardized recipes, all the work's done. They're great. If you don't need 50 servings and you need 25 because you only have 25 participants in your summer program, then you can half that. You can half that and document it. Also, if you make any changes, any food changes to the standardized recipe, you will have to do a complete new analysis to make sure all the creditable portions are satisfied within that menu or within that recipe, because that will change the recipe. Here are some resources for standardized recipes. These are all excellent resources and have super yummy recipes. Remember, if the recipe is for 50 servings and you only serve about 25 kids, you can just have the 50 serving recipe or serve the same dish 2 days in a row. The Alliance for a Healthier Generation has some really great information on their website, like recipes, menu plans, meal calculators, and wellness policy information. And that's this last one listed here. I was on that site the other day and I kind of went into a rabbit hole. It's a great site. And if you want any of these resources emailed to you, just let us know and we'll get you all these recipe resources. That was one thing that was a comment on last year's training, is people wanted more information on recipes, and we have it. So if you want it, just let us know and we will get you these resources and you can find your own rabbit holes. The big major benefit of standardized recipes is that all the analysis has already been done for you. As long as you follow the recipe as written, no additional analysis is necessary on your part. Easy peasy. Using standardized recipes is a huge time saver, and we highly recommend using them in your summer meal service. Homemade recipes. Homemade recipes must be analyzed and documented in files. Sponsors will need to use some type of recipe analysis worksheet. Again, I refer you to the food buying guide. And properly calculate components to credit towards meal pattern, which can require multiple units of measurement depending on the food item or component, and then document required amounts for items being credited in recipe analysis. Meals without recipes and accurate recipe analysis on file will not be creditable or reimbursable. Sponsors can use the food buying guide calculator to help with recipe analysis. There is a recipe analysis workbook, otherwise known as RAW, and the food buying guide that can help you with your recipe analysis as well. We recommend you use this. It takes a bit of practice, but it's absolutely worth the time and effort to document your homemade recipes. A basic recipe analysis worksheet is available from the state agency. Just contact us if you would like a copy. As mentioned in the previous slide, sponsors can use the Food Buying Guide's interactive recipe analysis workbook available online, or contact us for a copy of the worksheet that is displayed on the page here. This recipe may have other ingredients, but the sponsor is only crediting the yogurt for the meat alternate component and the blueberries for the fruit vegetable component for a complete reimbursable snack service. So it has the ingredients that are being claimed, the quantity of ingredient as purchased, the meat alternate, and the fruit and vegetable. And it has the quantities down here identified in the recipe analysis. Combination foods. Foods that have more than one ingredient are considered combination foods, such as soups, stews, chicken, lasagna, fish sticks, chicken nuggets, and casseroles. Combination foods may be commercially made or homemade. If they're commercially prepared, they need to have a child nutrition or CN label or a product formulation statement signed by the manufacturer on file. If they are homemade, as mentioned in the previous slide, an analyzed recipe must be on file. It is recommended that a maximum of only 2 meal components in a combination food be claimed. For example, a lasagna with beef noodles and spinach should only use 2 of the components, such as the beef for the meat alternate component and noodles for the grain component, to credit towards a meal pattern. A fruit or vegetable and milk would then also need to be served on the side to meet the lunch or supper meal pattern requirements. This is because if a child chooses not to eat the lasagna, there are other options to eat, and the child does not miss out on a meal and walks away hungry because the meal is satisfying 3 food components. A combination meal that only claims 1 to 2 of the meal components allows for more choices for children who choose not to eat the combination meal item. Carefully examine standardized recipes to ensure all required amounts are being met. For example, the USDA Fiesta Mexican lasagna recipe only has 1 ounce equivalent meat alternate and 3/4 servings grains or breads in a 1-piece serving. Tortilla chips are being used to satisfy the grain component, and in referring to the Exhibit A grains tool, we would see that tortilla chips are in Group B and 1 ounce equals 1 serving. So sponsors would need to serve at least 1 ounce of another meat or meat alternate and at least 1/4 ounce of grain to have a complete lunch or supper reimbursable meal. So just because it's a standardized recipe, it doesn't mean it's meeting the full meal requirement in one recipe. You might need to add other items to make the meal whole. CN labels. Child nutrition or CN labels are required for commercially prepared items which contain more than 1 ingredient or component. For example, fish sticks, chicken tenders, patties, or nuggets in pizza. CN labels are only available for items that contain a meat or meat alternate component. CN labels provide information on how a product contributes to the meal pattern requirements. If you purchase a commercially prepared product that does not have a CN label, you must obtain the product formulation statement or manufacturer's analysis from the manufacturer. Commercially prepared purchase items without this documentation cannot be credited as part of a reimbursable meal. Product formulation statement or PFS. As mentioned in previous slides, combination products must have a CN label or a product formulation or PFS statement signed by the manufacturer. This is true for processed foods like luncheon and deli meats as well. Occasionally, in very common products like Tyson or Foster Farm products, you can find the PFS online, but this is not always the case, and sponsors may need to request a PFS directly from the manufacturer. A PFS must be on a company's letterhead, signed by a person of authority, and signature may be handwritten, stamped, or electronic. Format and design may be different. It must include information needed to document meal pattern compliance. Sponsors are responsible for verifying and keeping records of the PFS. Please contact the state agency for a PFS template or visit the website on the slide to download the template. Additional information can be found at the USDA FNS website. You can also contact us and we can provide you with more CN label or PFS resources. Menu record requirements. These are the meal requirement records sponsors need to document and keep on file, as well as the recommended best practices. Menus and production records backup. You need working menus and with changes noted, yield per serving for each component, recipes, whether they're standardized or homemade, and must have recipe analysis for homemade recipes, grain, meat alternate, item labels, CN labels, product formulation statements. Best practices includes submitting a cycle menu with application so we can check it out. Keep a binder with cycle menus, recipes, and grains and meat alternate labels all in one place. Double check working menus before submitting claims. Note days and menu items children favor over others to improve palatability. Creditable and non-creditable foods. Here are some examples of common findings on menus of non-creditable food items. Bacon is not creditable for the meat alternate. Turkey bacon may be creditable with a valid CN label or PFS. These items are often served without the full requirement of the component being served. Granola bars, such as Chewy, Nature Valley, and Nutri-Grain bars, do not have enough grain to fully meet the grain requirement. Combination foods such as soups or stews generally do not have enough meat alternate, or vegetables and require additional items to meet the required amount per component. Go-gurt, which is only 2 ounces of yogurt. At least 2 tubes would be required at snack and 4 at lunch or supper to meet the required amount. And finally, sponsors serving meals without proper backup documentation to menus such as recipes and recipe analysis or production records will be disallowed. A recommended best practice is to submit cycle menus and recipes with your annual application for review to ensure compliance. All right, here's our first trivia break for the afternoon section for meal patterns. You want to get that up, Jen?
Yeah, let's get that up there.
All right, trivia break number 1. Here we go, team. There's 5, yeah.
Is everyone seeing the poll?
Yes.
Okay. Lynette, try checking, look at your chat box, see if you have an option there for polls. Still a lot more votes to go. Is everybody awake?
After lunch. Sleepy.
All right, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okie dokie. Let's go over these together. So number 1, which of these meals has all of the required components for lunch or supper? Looks like most of us got it right. It's D, 8 ounces of milk, 1 cup fruit or vegetable, 1 serving grain, 2 ounces of meat. Even though it has more than the required amount of fruit and vegetable, this is allowable. Number 2, which item would require a CN label? Fish sticks, granola bars, bean burritos, or both A and C? And it is D, both A and C. Fish sticks and bean burritos. Only items containing meat and meat alternates will have CN labels. Items like fish sticks and chicken nuggets will often only serve to credit toward the meat alternate component because there is so little grain. Must still have a CN label to show exactly how much meat alternate is in the serving. 3, which item does not count as milk? Yay, yogurt. Got that one right. 4, grain items with whole grain on packaging meet meal whole grain enriched requirement. True or false? That's a tricky one. This one, it's false. Just because whole grain is advertised on the packaging does not mean it's the first ingredient or second after water. So be sure to check your ingredients. 5, all standardized recipes are compliant with the meal pattern. False. The items being credited may not have enough of each component in a serving and may need to be supplemented. All right. Thanks for taking that poll, guys. All right, it's almost 2 o'clock, so this might be a great time to take a break, a 5-minute break, and then we can go over some Q&A after we come back. So let's meet back. I have it at 1:56, so let's meet back about 2:01. Everybody can go take a stretch. Some more information on the milk substitution and the calculation. Thanks for that, Anne Marie. That's a lot of information.
And that was sent us. Go ahead.
This is Emery. I just sent that to you also in an email with a little bit more information, so that could be sent out pretty easily to your folks.
You sent that to Jennifer?
To both of you, I just sent it.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we'll get that out to sponsors as well for milk substitutions. Thank you.
Yeah, because it's not in the chat box for everyone. She sent it to just you.
Apparently I sent it to just you, Rhonda, sorry.
Okay, we'll get it out.
Yeah, but it is helpful. They, it was in regulation change, but everything stopped. So they are going to be updating us.
Okay. And Ramona had a question about the meal pattern requirement if there's a waiver. Right now, the meal pattern waiver is only available for SFSP through June 30th. But you're concerned about milk shortages. And the thing with milk is for SFSP, when there's a disaster declaration, you don't need a special waiver to not serve milk, but you do need to let us know if you can't serve milk and let us know why and what you'll be serving as a substitution. Sometimes you can find powdered milk, but if you can't even find that, let us know. But that does not require a waiver, and I'll send that information out to sponsors as well, just so you have it. That's actually in summer food regulation that waiver is not required if there's a disaster declaration to provide milk. Let's see, then we have the milk. I'm going through the chats here. And Myra, yes, we'll send you the standardized recipe resources. And Donna, you too. And for the recipe analysis workbook, Myra, that's available on the Food Buying Guide website. So I recommend you go there. We do have a simplified version with the state, and we can send you that as well. I think I sent that to you last year, but I'm happy to follow up. Yeah, and all these links will be in the PowerPoints that we make available. After we get it closed captioned, we'll get that out to you. And Ramona, we can send you the simplified version of the recipe analysis worksheets. Also, I will refer you to the Food Buying Guide for the recipe analysis workbook. It's a little bit more comprehensive. And Myra, let's see, you're asking about the number of meal components in a single recipe. So we do, you're right, it is just recommended that you only claim 1 or 2 of the meal components in a single recipe, just in case the child turns down that spaghetti or lasagna if they don't like it. And just that gives it the kid more options for more of a selection of the meal components so that you would serve on the side. So you're right, it is recommended, it's not required.
Great.
Okay, does anybody have any more questions? All right, we'll continue. Part 2 is meal service operations. Now that we have discussed how to ensure creditability and compliance with meal pattern requirements, we will discuss the actual meal service operation requirements to ensure children receiving meals and sites operate smoothly and within SFSP framework. We will discuss these areas of the site operations: type of meal service, congregate feeding, point of service and daily meal counts, non-reimbursable meals, adult meals, leftover meals, and resources. Types of meal service. Cafeteria style meal service requires that a complete meal with the correct portion sizes be received by the child. All the meal components are placed on trays or equivalent, and each child goes through the line. The child must take the required minimum portion sizes of each meal component of the meal pattern for it to be a reimbursable meal. Offer versus serve is available to SFAs, sponsoring NSLP or SSO. And you'll see that for offer versus serve, we do have a waiver wand. A waiver is required for SFSP sponsors if they want to utilize the OVS option. The OVS waiver can be downloaded from the CNP web. Offer versus serve, or OVS, is a meal service in SFSP that may help sponsors simplify program administration. OVS is not required, but it is an option for the sponsor. If sponsors choose to use this meal option, you must enforce the following rules. At breakfast, sorry about that. Where am I? Okay. Trigger happy here. For OVS, at breakfast, a child must be offered 4 food items: grain or bread, fruit and or vegetable, and milk of the meal pattern, and may only decline 1 item. The child must take at least 3 food items for the meal to be claimed for reimbursement. For example, at breakfast, the food items offered are cereal, milk, apples, and peanut butter. A child may choose to eat only the cereal, apples, and peanut butter and decline the milk, and sponsors may count the meal. At lunch or supper, a child must be offered 5 food items: grain bread, 2 servings of fruit and or vegetables, meat alternate, and milk, and may decline up to 2 items. The child must take a minimum of 3 food items for the meal to be claimed for reimbursement. For example, at lunch, the food items offered are a ham and cheese sandwich, milk, orange slices, and carrots with a ranch dip. A child may choose to take the ham and cheese sandwich and orange slices only. This meal is considered reimbursable and may be counted. A child may choose to take the ham and cheese sandwich, carrot sticks, and orange slices, therefore declining only one item. This meal is also a reimbursable meal because the child took 4 of the 5 food items, however, offered. However, if a child chooses to take only the ham and cheese sandwich, this is not a reimbursable meal and cannot be included in the meal count because the child only took 2 items. OVS may be offered for breakfast, lunch, or supper, but it is not an option for snacks, as snacks only contain 2 components. It is important to remember that children must be offered a complete meal, meaning all the food components must be offered and children must not be urged to decline components. For sponsors purchasing meals from a FSMC, OVS is an option only when the sponsor requests and receives an approved waiver from the state agency to purchase the meals that are not unitized. Family-style meal service is available to camps and closed enrolled sites only. A family-style meal service is ideal for camps and closed enrolled sites if adults are available to assist children during the meal. It allows children to serve themselves from common platters of food with assistance from supervising adults, setting the example. Enough food must be placed on each table to provide the required portions of each of the food components, including milk, for all children at the table and to accommodate program adults supervising the meal service if they eat with the children. It is required that all meal components must be placed on each table so a child is provided the minimum portions of each meal component. The child must be offered each meal component and should be encouraged to take the full portion. Congregate feeding is a regulatory requirement in SFSP 7 CFR 225.6E15, meaning that children must eat on site for sponsors to claim meals for reimbursement. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, sponsors must apply for a non-congregate waiver from the state agency. The waiver is effective through September 30th or until the end of your summer meal service, whichever is sooner. Congregate feeding ensures food safety. Meals kept on site are kept at regulated temperatures and are less likely to become contaminated. Encourages healthy habits by seeing other children try new foods. Provides an enjoyable, neighborly eating environment and promotes community engagement. Some tips for congregate feeding include provide adequate seating and plenty of time for children to eat their meals. Set up cones or a perimeter at outdoor sites, signs or posters emphasizing requirements to eat on site, and activities that keep children engaged and excited to come. Again, because of COVID, I would think most sites, if not all sites, except for camps or enrolled sites, are doing non-congregate this year. But just so you know, congregate feeding is a requirement of SFSP for non-COVID times. Meal service. Sponsors with open, restricted open, and enrolled sites may serve up to 2 meals or 1 meal and 1 snack a day. Sponsors may choose to serve any combination of the meals except for lunch and supper, which may not be offered in the same day at a single site. Sponsors with camps, Alaska Native, or migrant sites may serve up to 3 meals a day in any combination of breakfast, lunch, snack, or supper. Sponsors are not required to serve all 3 meals. You may choose to serve only 1 or 2 meals. 3 meals is the maximum amount of meals any one site can claim for reimbursement at camps or Alaska Native and migrant sites. To keep food service operations consistent between child nutrition programs, SFAs and/or vendors participating in NSLP have the option of using SFSP meal pattern or the NSLP SBP meal pattern if they choose. The I wasn't even touching my mouse. It did that automatically. It's freaking out. The SFSP meal pattern is less restrictive. However, those already familiar with the NSLP meal pattern may wish to just continue what they are already familiar with. SFAs participating in the Seamless Summer Option, or SSO, must follow NSLP meal pattern and OVS requirements. Your administration guide has a great chart that compares the provisions of SFSP, NSLP, SBP, and SSO. See page 202 through 205, attachment 30. It is a great comparison chart. I refer to that one quite a bit. Meal service times. Now we have another waiver wand here. Established meal service times are required. Sponsors should use reasonable times for each meal service. Meal times must be submitted for each site to the state agency for approval in each site information sheet in the CNP web. Meal service times must be at least 3 hours apart, except for lunch and supper, which must be 4 hours apart if there's no snack in between. If sponsors need flexibility with meal service times in order to align their program with activities or other program operations, they may apply for a meal service time waiver. This waiver is available to download from the CNP web. Sponsors will need this waiver if they plan on serving multiple meals at a single meal service, like if they plan on providing weekend meals during the Friday meal service, for example. Sponsors are allowed to serve meals through SFSP on the weekends with state approval. In addition, all sites must arrange for delivery of the meals if they are not prepared on site and arrange for storing of the meals properly. Sponsors must ensure meals are delivered no more than 1 hour before the beginning of the meal service. If sponsors need to make changes to their meal times, they must submit changes to the state prior to implementing the change. Any meals served outside of the approved meal service time may not be claimed for reimbursement. Field trips. If field trip dates are known, provide a calendar of scheduled trips with application. Notify the state agency within 24 hours of field trips that affect the time or location of meal service. Please include contact information, date and location of field trip, number of children attending, arrangements to ensure food safety during the field trip, arrangements to offer meal service for those children not attending the field trip. If the state agency is not notified prior to the field trip, meals served may be considered consumed off-site and may not be eligible for reimbursement. Again, if you have a non-congregate waiver, this step is not necessary. Notify the food service vendor in advance of any field trips affecting meal service. Sponsors serving meals off-site must carefully ensure the safety and quality of the meals by using adequate storage equipment to transport them. Daily meal counts. It is extremely important for site staff to take meal counts daily at the point of service. The point of service is the point where meals have been fully served and at which point you can determine the child has a fully reimbursable meal, which is typically at the end of the meal service line. Daily meal counts are the first line of backup required to document and verify claims for reimbursement. Sponsors must take daily meal counts and consolidate them either weekly or monthly. A double check system must be used to verify meal counts prior to submitting it into the claim, such as a weekly or monthly spreadsheet. Ask someone else other than the person doing the daily meal counts to double check meal counts against a consolidated spreadsheet prior to submitting a claim. Sponsors may serve second helpings, but they can only be claimed if served as a unit. This will be discussed again in the section on leftovers. Sponsors should document all full second meals and can claim up to 2%, which is automatically calculated in the CNP web database when entered in monthly claims. Sample meal count forms can be downloaded from the checklist tab on the CNP web. There is also a copy in your supplemental materials. And there's also a copy in the administrative guide in the attachments. Each site must take a point of service meal count every day. The SFSP daily meal count form template may be used by sponsors. Specific instructions for completing the daily meal count form are included with your supplemental materials. In addition to first meals, you need to also complete second meals served to program and non-program adults, damaged meals, and leftover meals. Reimbursable second meals are limited to no more than 2% of the total number of first meals served. The site supervisor must sign and date the meal count form. If a sponsor does not use the sample meal count form, they must ensure that their version clearly identifies second meals, program adult meals, and non-program adult meals. Sponsors must have documented meal count training for site supervisors and staff using, for example, an attendance sign-in sheet. This is necessary so that when sponsors are reviewing the records returned by sites, they can ensure that the proper person is signing the daily meal count forms. Site caps. Site caps are required for all site types. Site caps are the maximum number of meals a site can be reimbursed for per meal per day. They are not meant to be restrictive, but rather as a protection for sites and sponsors. The purpose of a site cap is to ensure that a site does not purchase and/or produce meals outside the capability of the site and the need of the community, thereby reducing waste. For all sites, the site cap must be based on the capacity of the site to prepare, obtain, or distribute meals, as well as the number of children for which the facilities are adequate. Once a site cap is established for any site, a sponsor may not claim reimbursement for meals served to the children at the site in excess of the cap. A good rule of thumb is to take the average daily attendance, or ADA, from the previous year and add 10% if the agency can serve additional youth. A feature in CNP Web is that the database can calculate that for you. If you want to exceed this number, please discuss this with the state agency. The state agency may reduce site caps if during monitoring visits it is found that the site is serving considerably less than the approved site cap. Site cap increases may be approved by the state agency prior to implementation. Site caps are in the same section as meal service types and times on the site information sheet in the CNP Web for each site application. And this edit check worksheet is for camps only. As a result of the federal audit, camps must maintain a roster for meal counts by participant name and an edit check worksheet to ensure they are documenting all meals and claiming only those served to income eligible or categorically eligible youth. And if you're a camp and you have questions about this, just let us know, just send me an email and we'll help you out. Leftover meals or components. All sponsors must plan, prepare, or order meals with the objective of providing 1 meal per child at each meal service and must ensure the entire meal and food components are not often left over and unusable. Sponsors should minimize the amount of waste and unusable leftovers. The following are some ideas to help limit waste. Sponsors should monitor site reports and make appropriate adjustments on the number of attending children and the number of delivered meals to reduce waste and cost. A limited number of second meals served as a unit can be claimed for reimbursement as long as the total number of second meals does not exceed 2% of the first meals served by the sponsor for all sites during the claiming period. Extra meals can be transferred from a site with too many meals to a site with a shortage, keeping in mind that meals in excess of the receiving site's approved meal level are not reimbursable. Sponsors may designate a sharing table where children may return whole items that they choose not to eat. These items are made available to other children who may want additional helpings. Sponsors may serve meal components so that they can be easily recycled. For example, if sandwich halves are wrapped separately, a child can return an uneaten half to the share table. Sponsors will need to check with their local health department on sharing tables. Additionally, sharing table items may not leave the site except for one item per child, and the item can only be a fruit, vegetable, or grain. If sponsors have the equipment available, they may store complete meals and non-perishable components that are left from the sharing table back into the refrigerator for the next meal service. Please refer to SFSP policy memo SFSP policy memo 15-2016 for more information regarding share tables in SFSP. Sponsors may choose to donate excess meals to homeless shelters, food pantries, or other nonprofit organizations. And when appropriate, sponsors may send food home with children. Sponsor policies relating to food donations must comply with state and local health and sanitation codes. Please refer to SFSP Policy Memo 05-2016 for more information regarding donations to nonprofits or sending food home with children in SFSP. And again, with any of these policy memos, SFSP 2016, or any policy memo with that format, you can ask us for a copy, or you can go to the USDA FNS website for policy memos under resources, and they're all listed there. They're not always easy to find, but they're there. And again, you can contact us and we can get you the right policy memo. Additionally, there are resources available on the Child Nutrition Program's website under food safety, such as the share table and food recovery policy fact sheets at the link provided on this slide. So it's at the department website, child nutrition, and then there's a section called food safety. Non-reimbursable meals. There are some meals or types of counting meals that do not count for point of service meal counts and reimbursement, which include a la carte items, meals served outside of regular meal service hours, meals served to program staff, parents, or other non-program adults. Second meals may only be claimed for reimbursement when all children in attendance have been served, and the second servings are complete meals and only up to 2% of the number of the first meal served to children for each type of meal for all sites. Additionally, there are methods that are not acceptable for taking meal counts: attendance records, number of trays or plates used after meal service, and number of meals prepared or delivered to your site that day. Things to keep in mind when serving adults. All children must be served first. An income from the sale of adult meals and non-program adults used to pay for adult meals must be documented as income to the program to offset documented costs. Adult meals. The decision to serve meals to adults is up to the sponsor, but needs to be treated differently from children's meals. Meals may be served free to those adults working directly with the meal service at the site, who we call program adults. Non-program adults who do not work in any direct way with the meal service at the site, either as a volunteer or paid staff, must pay the full cost of the meal or have their meal costs covered by the sponsor and clearly documented in the sponsor's accounting records as income to the program. When the sponsor chooses to serve meals to adults, these rules must be observed. All children must be served first. Meals served to adults are not claimable for reimbursement. Income from the sale of adult meals and non-program funds used to pay for the adult meals must be documented as income to the program to offset documented costs. The calculation of meal costs should be based on the full cost of producing the meal. And meals served to children, including second meals, program adults and non-program adults must be counted and recorded separately on the daily meal count form. All right, I think, Jen, we have a trivia break. I think this is our last poll for the day, guys. Now it's time to really shine and share your knowledge. I think there will be 5 polling questions to see how you're doing.
That's correct.
There it is. Everybody see it? Yep, there's 5.
All right, 10 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, now we got results. You can see how we all did for this portion here. Number 1, meal counts should represent all meals consumed at the site, even those that are not served to children. True or false? True. Meals served to adults, program and non-program, must be counted so that the cost for non-program adult meals, for example, can be accounted for, and to monitor how many meals, sorry, that didn't turn out well, and to monitor how many meals it's true. Sorry, I bumbled that one. 2, attendance sheets or number of plates can be used as meal count. That is definitely false. Meal counts are only to be taken at point of service, and children receive a fully creditable meal at the end of meal service line. So you can't count plates, you can't count how many meals were delivered. You need to count the child as they take the meal as the meal count. 3, all meals must be consumed at the site regardless of type. This is a little confusing one because we have the non-congregate waiver, but typically, yes, this is true. Federal regulations require that children consume meals on site. And for COVID, we do have the waiver that they can be consumed off-site to be safe, but in a typical year, this is true. Offer versus serve is only available to schools. True or false? False. Offer versus serve is available to any sponsor serving breakfast or lunch and with the staff and capacity to do so. However, non-SFAs must request an offer versus serve waiver, which is available to download from the CNP web. So if you're a school, offer versus serve, and you want to do offer versus serve, you do not need a waiver. If you're not a school, you do need a waiver. 5, which single item can be taken off-site? Fruit, vegetable, grain, all of the above. And the correct answer is D, all of the above. You can take any of those off-site. All right, thanks for taking the trivia, guys. Kind of helps break it up. We have just a few more slides here. Any questions I need to answer in the chat box?
We just had one about the offer versus serve. Somebody said, what additional requirements are needed for offer versus serve versus unitized? Are there additional documents needed?
Let's see, if you're not an SFA, you need a waiver for the offer versus serve. And if you want to serve non-unitized meals, you also need a waiver, but you do not need anything additional in terms of documentation.
That's it, unless anybody else has questions.
Any questions, anybody? Now's a great time. We're kind of at the end. So we have resources here we talked about earlier. We got the food buying guide for child nutrition programs. Really become familiar with that. Go in and play around when you have an extra 5, 10 minutes, an hour. There's a lot of information in there. I use it all the time. It's great to get comfortable with because there is so much information. It also has the recipe analysis workbook if you do homemade recipes. It has so much information in there. It also has Exhibit A grains tool. Another great resource is the Institute of Child Nutrition, or ICN. They have tons of training. They even have training on how to use the food buying guide and the recipe analysis workbook. If you're having trouble with those, I really recommend you take that training. It's great. It's free. It's a great resource. USDA My Plate Kitchen. That is the USDA website, and they have recipes on that website as well. And the Alaska Child Nutrition Programs and menu resources here at our the DEED Alaska Child Nutrition Programs website, and there's a link to resources, and that has menu resources as well. Again, that was one of the things that sponsors brought up from the last training, is they wanted more resources for recipes. So the USDA My Plate Kitchen, Child Nutrition website, and there's also recipes there, standardized recipes at the ICN, Institute of Child Nutrition, Food Buying Guide. All those are excellent resources. And if you want the slides sent to you, we're happy to send that to you before we send out the whole PowerPoint, which might take some time. Like I said, I don't know how long it will take to get the closed captioning piece put together and attached to this PowerPoint presentation. It could take a couple days, it could take a week, I don't know. So if you want something in advance of that, just let us know. And that is the end of the training. I know it was a ton of information. It was a lot in a day. Again, this is an excellent resource right here. I hope you made notes, and if you have the PDF version, if you get this online, you can do word searches, you can make notes. It's really handy that way. I like paper myself, old school. Let's see, share. Okay. That concludes today's training. Again, it was a lot of information. I really appreciate you all for being here. This is the annual SFSP state training. If you feel like you need a refresher, or if you just want to hear this information over and over again, feel free to use our e-learning resource. It's free. You just need to get a login. And then there are child nutrition program e-learning courses available to you. There are also procurement resources. I highly recommend taking the procurement for informal procurement. That will be applicable to most of you. It's for the procurement threshold for $10,000 and under. Again, child nutrition programs need to follow federal regulations regarding procurement, so that would be an excellent one to take. If you have any questions whatsoever, we're all available to you. Again, the deadline for applications is May 1st. And again, we have 30 days to review your application and approve it. So if you intend to have your meal service start on May 15th and you don't get your application in until May 1st, that's only 2 weeks for us to review. So take that into consideration. And if you have any problems with the CNP web, Jennifer is a great resource. I can also walk you through that, whether it's for your sponsor information sheets or your site information sheets. We're happy to help you if you have any questions. Any questions with mobile sites? We do have a sponsor online, Lette from Kids Cupboard. She runs a pretty massive mobile feeding site. She did a great job feeding lots of kids last summer. So she's a resource if you're interested in that. Hope you don't mind I called you out, Lette. She has a pretty big program. Any other questions from anybody? Feel free to shout out. Okay, well, thanks for attending. We'll get you Oh yeah, one more thing before y'all log off. We'll be sending you a training evaluation, and it really helps us figure out how to make a better training for you guys. I know that this distance learning format is a bit funky. I would love it to be more interactive. I haven't quite figured that out on my end yet. But if you have any recommendations or anything else you'd like to see different, please let us know in the evaluation, and we'll send that out actually right after this meeting, or right after this training. And I really appreciate it if you can get that back to us. It really helps us know how we're doing. All right, with that, I bid you adieu. I hope you have a great rest of your day. And again, let us know if you have any questions. Thanks for all you do. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.